Hey guys, only a minute, an hour, and 3 minutes in, and we're starting the game. But you know what's good? My bitrate's actually pretty decent. Knock on wood. Knocking on wood. Okay. But yeah, so of the most well-known and regarded Dungeons and Dragons monsters, Mind Flayers are central to the plot of this game. Good, I'll act like I didn't almost lose part of my hair and got caught on the chair. Aye, alright, well, let's all sit and chill and enjoy Autumn. These hypothetical realities, Autumn. Like the hypothetical reality where I only took 14 minutes to get into the fucking game. I'm gonna be... Nice, Wilhelm! I'm gonna be real, Brandon. Act 0 is really the character creator. But oh no, what is this? So, quick D&D history lesson. The Mind Flayers once ruled all of what is a branch of wild space and, the greater space area beyond the prime material plane. And they had various slaves. The Duergar are the slaves of the Underdark, and the Gith used to be their space elf slave race. It's fucked up. There's a lot of shit. So the Gith are more psionically capable because of this. However, there was some kind of revolution with the Gith Yankee and Gith Sarai. The division happened after the rebellion, where they were able to free themselves and became the primary hunters of Mind Flayers. I am butchering a lot of lore that there aren't too many modern resources for, but that's the long and short of it. So part of that was that the leader of the Gith went and made a contract with the infernal dragon god Tiamat, who is very familiar. Like if you know any Dungeons and Dragons shit, the 5-headed dragon with 5 different colored heads is Tiamat. So that's why they were able to just hang out and ride dragons and teleport through space. And one of our best of friendos, Lae'zel, is a Gith Yankee. So the reason that the Gith were actually successful is that one day, just kind of out of nowhere, most of the Mind Flayers just kind of disappeared. There are still Mind Flayers, but there are not anywhere near as much as the original Illithid Empire, anywhere near the Prime Material. And Mind Flayers and Mind Flayer tadpoles and Elder Brains are just a natural thing that exist in like little pocket, not sects, but you know, there'll be a Mind Flayer infestation somewhere, usually in the Underdark. See, now we're in Avernus. This is hell. I was here. I killed an archdevil here. But they're just teleporting through planes right now, so there's a lot of potential that this shows if things with Hasbro didn't go so poorly, and Wizards of the Coast didn't go so poorly, that we could have gotten a new Planescape, guys. Look, we already have assets for Avernus. Unfortunately, not happening. But the next Larian game is going to be good regardless of what property it uses, so that's the thing we can look forward to. Oh right, they give you the basic fucking jerkin for the bard. Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground. What are you doing?
My head.
Okay, chat, I'm able to turn the camera without any stuttering, and all we had to do was turn a couple of settings off of ultra capacity.
Bet that will fit.
Isn't that fun? So there's going to be some points here where you're like, Connor, why are you doing what you're doing? And as someone who's put over 600 hours into this game, trust me. The other caveat I will just throw out there is I'm going to do some shit that I need to do, which are the remaining 4 achievements I have before I have perfected this game. And then there's going to be some shit that I want to do because it's funny. Let's see. Okay, so we can rearrange our hotbar here. Let's unlock that. We can move that over. We don't have many spells yet. That can go there. We don't have a bow equipped, so let's... yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait until we have anything. Relock that. It's going to be a challenge for me to not accidentally skip a whole fucking bunch of dialogue, so if I do that, I'm sorry. I'll try not to. But again, played this game for 600 hours.
Let's see.
Running on the lowest settings. Dude, I fucking, so I straight up did that, to have it run on the Steam Deck because this fucking game is amazing. And it is Steam Deck certified because you can run it. Oh, so that's another fun thing. These little Eldritch Rune tablets, they are using a dead language called Quailith, which has psionic energy within its form. So because we have a illithid worm in our brain, like a fantasy RFK, we're able to just understand what these things are saying. Most of them, it's inconsistent here.
One like ourselves, unconnected from the whole.
Illithids don't usually need to inscribe things physically because they communicate psionically. And the anything the hive mind knows, the hive mind knows.
By ships just like this.
What was I saying? Right, we have a brain. We have a worm in our brain. It's a problem. We're gonna try to do something about it.
And more flash behind your eyes.
I don't have a weapon in my inventory. That's interesting. I do have a hand crossbow. They don't start you off with a rapier anymore. That sucks. Okay. Anyway, we're going to go over here, and I'm gonna really hope that this dice roll goes well. Although we are only playing on Tactician, so maybe this dice roll won't go well. And it'll be fine, because I'm going to save right here. Yeah, new save. There we go. But yeah, no, you're saying running on the low settings. I ran that thing, just to test it, on the Steam Deck, and it was like a Roblox map. It's fucked up.
You've come to save us from this place.
I don't want to run it on the lowest settings.
The exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Please. Before they return. They return. A newborn. Born new from this husk.
You realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Remove us from this body. From this case. Free us. Please.
We must free us. So here is the basic idea. If you guys have not played D&D, this game runs on, and D&D by extension, runs on a D20 system. That means we roll a 20-sided die to determine whether or not the thing we want to do happens. So we're going to investigate to see like if there's any point of interaction with the brain. We can only succeed this investigation check by rolling above a 10 on the D20 die. That bodes well, but also I don't trust it. So we succeeded.
You notice edema.
So we know a
swelling
thing
of the
happens.
brain causing pressure where it strains against the shell of the
So
skull.
we had a +0 to our investigation check because we are a big dumb charisma bard. We are personable and thus not smart. But let's say So we can, we have advantage, the concept of advantage and disadvantage. So because we succeeded on our investigation check, we can now make a medicine check, a skill that also uses, medicine is wisdom. But because we also have a +0 in wisdom, because we're a big dumb face, we are the Giga Chad. We have advantage, which means we roll the d20 twice, and we take the higher result. Disadvantage is the inverse. We would roll the d20 twice and take the low result. Now, alternatively, we could try to roll a dexterity check. Now, because we have a 16 dexterity, we have a +3 modifier to that roll. Functionally, I think the math breaks down that advantage is like having a +4 or 5. So we're gonna do this one. Good enough! So we succeeded on that, and now we have us with us.
The brain lifts from the skull, but you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient, should it prove a threat.
But it's also going to help us in battle, so we're not going to do that. There's a version of this character that would definitely do that. There's a version of this character that killed the thing before it could get out of the head. Yeah.
Our freedom is ours.
But he's just a little guy.
The creature pauses, listening. Something behind your eyes.
Isn't he cute, Chad?
seizes in
That's
recognition.
us.
We must go to the helm. At the helm, we are needed.
The brain tenses, as though querying an unseen advisor.
Do you not hear it?
Yeah, it's us.
We will
He's
not
just a little
survive
guy,
here.
Kaya.
We are needed to navigate. We are needed.
So there are a
to
couple of
lead
different things that can
us
come
on.
out of Illithid Tadpole. The Intellect Devourers are not full Illithid. They gain like arms and feet. And Intellect Devourers in the tabletop game are very dangerous because they have an effect that makes you roll intelligence save or become stunned. So that is very bad if there's an Illithid around, which if there are Intellect Devourers, there usually is. What should I call you?
Us. We are us.
See? They're just a little guy. And now they're our little guy. Alright, let's go.
To the helm we go. We are going to the helm.
Not a fan. Double it, give it to the next person. You know what? Fucking fair enough. Also, like, just taking the extra note of, like, this was a person. And somehow we know their name. We're gonna walk around the fire and not into it. Oh man. What could that be? A dragon of some kind? In this Dungeons and Dragons game? Oh no, it's our hot space elf girlfriend. Yeah, you are correct. It is a brain puppy. For all intents and purposes.
This is your end.
Oh no, she's
Head
hot.
drops and your skin tingles.
But not for this character.
Visions
I
rush
have
past.
A
dragon's
variable
sword,
of a
silver
plan
sword,
on who and
a
what is going to
flash of
happen
your
here.
Face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
My head. What is this?
Pass, next question. No, Kaya, you don't know yet. Lae'zel is Bazel.
Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
Yeah, the Githyanki are not traditionally pretty. The nickname for them in the game is Swamp Elves, because they look like toads.
We carry mind flayer parasites. Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted
I
and
can't
twisted.
watch this scene
Within
without
days, we will be
thinking
gay.
of the
Mind
Danny
flayers.
DeVito edit, where Tav is replaced by random snippets of Danny DeVito taken from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which I will post in the Discord later. Go there and look, chat. Turning into mind flayers,
We can do nothing until we escape.
because again, we need to remember,
That
we're
must be
playing a
our
bard.
priority.
We're playing a big, dumb, dummy
First,
Chad.
we
We don't know
examine
shit for fuck.
Then we find the helm and take control of the
Call with
ship.
Gaia doing karaoke and Connor talking in
As
the
for
background.
that thing,
Yeah, that's...
it will remain tame as
about how that
long
goes.
as it believes we are thralls. It may be of use in the fight to come.
So, she's a little bit of a zealot, Lae'zel. But she's not a paladin. Only a fighter. Oh man, there's some imps. Oh my god, initiative -20. I never fucking realized. I never recognized that before. That's hilarious. So the version of combat that excuse me. I hit tilde. Stop highlighting things. Tab? No, not tab. Is it not tilde? We're gonna have to do this out of combat. So the way that initiative is a dexterity-based skill check that your character does at the start of a fight. The phrase "roll for initiative" is probably more famous than the game. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna make fun of this motherfucker. So that's the fun thing, is that Vicious Mockery, which is a bard cantrip, actually has insults attached to it in this game, which is the way that I would play it as well if I was playing a bard with Vicious Mockery, but it's usually more of a chore to have a joke for every single interaction.
Lethal. Might path be true.
We're gonna attack. See? She is big and strong. The best waifu. Really love a girl who can kick your ass. No, Lae'zel's fun. But we're gonna try to make something work that hopefully will allow us to pursue the ending we're going after. The fuck are you talking about next? Anyway. And see? Look at the brain puppy. He attack. He very good.
Ascend. This is your end.
Okay, cool. So
You proved
we hit the
surprisingly
tilde
good.
and that'll turn the highlight on and off. I don't know if that's going to happen every combat. I'm going to go into the settings and fix that if that is the case, because it is gross looking. But the name of the game is Baldur's Gate 3, but the real name of the game is Pick Up All of This Shit.
What's inside?
Pick up all of this shit forever. Don't ever let some random trash you can sell to someone for minimum gold sit on the floor when you can bring it to them 10 hours later.
Better not be cursed.
It is really weird that I do not have...
The ship won't be able to
weapon.
take another dragon attack.
There we go.
We need to get out before it's too late.
Weird that that Thrall had... I don't think they normally have that sword. I think that's specifically because of the class we chose. But yeah, we're playing Big Dumb Giga Chad.
Mind flayer machinery.
Remember how I said that
I don't like what I touch.
the knowledge thing isn't consistent?
Unleash.
Ooh, interesting.
Aggression.
See, I have never had a character succeed on those checks like that consistently. So, one cool thing that Lae'zel can do is this little buff called Astral Knowledge, which gives her proficiency in skills she's not proficient in. So we're going to just bump Wisdom for no reason in particular.
My way.
Oh yeah, these guys can come to life and attack us, so we're going to hit this button. Oh wait, no, that's Unleash.
Bionic energy.
Let's push, and I think this is Annihilate. Yep, there we go. And we got a free 6 gold and a bottle.
What's in
We're not going to take the bottle, it's trash. And this is a low strength character, so we gotta be careful about that. Okay. Hello, person.
Get me out of this damn thing!
We have no time for stragglers.
Look for a
The
latch.
construction is too alien. Nothing looks familiar.
This ship is crashing. Do you intend to die for a stranger?
Yeah. She's cute.
Wait!
It cannot be helped.
Unfortunately, I do know what we have to
Let's
do,
see
so
what
I'm
this
just going
does.
to ignore that. It's like, oh no, lace over, this is definitely the way forward, right? Oh wait, no, definitely not us picking up a key for some reason, and then, taking a look at a chest that's over here.
How many hosts of these gay infected?
A dazed woman is trapped inside the pod. She doesn't notice you.
Oh, there's a person in a pod. I wonder what this button does.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod, commanding the person inside to change.
So yeah, she turned into a squid.
Change her. Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
So this is concerning because
Before it's our turn.
within the course of D&D, if you interact with a mind flayer and you are infected by a mind flayer parasite, you can seek out someone who is of a high enough level of clerical or nature magic, or just any support style class, and you can get access to a spell called Greater Restoration, which is usually kind of the biggest help a person spell that you can get. It counteracts the majority of status effects in D&D.
Dazed.
Or you can find someone to physically remove it, which is usually not as good, a good idea, and not as available an option. So the concept of what happens when you are incubated by a illithid tadpole is a process called seromorphosis, where that tadpole slowly eats your brain and then uses the biomass to turn your body into an incubation shell to turn into an illithid or mind flayer, which are the big squiddies that we just saw that lady in the pod turned to. Luckily, she wasn't a party member, so we don't have to worry about her turning into a squid.
Will it free the captive?
This is Shadowheart. She is a person that matters, so we're gonna save her. Oh man, we're too dumb. We're too Chad. Oh no.
Nothing in the appearance of it could even transform the occupant of the pod. Like what?
So let's see. I picked wisdom and not intelligence. Let's see if Lae'zel's smart enough.
Steadily, awaiting command.
She's not? Oh, right. So I'm playing a bard, which means at any time I can use a charge of bardic inspiration to add a d6 roll to an ability check, saving throw, or attack roll. I'm not going to do that, because Lae'zel's a smart gal. She can do it herself.
The pulsing this device is
And it's
different
funnier
from the
if she's the
caused
one who
other
frees
captive to
Shadowheart.
transform. Perhaps it will open. Suddenly, you feel a hideous
Because these two are the
swirling
quickest
in your head.
frenemies
Parasite.
to
Then discomfort
truck
fades,
buddies,
and another sensation washes over you.
which you can only kind of push that narrative if you're playing as one of them. Although this isn't a thing to add, is that that was an illithid wisdom check. Let's just keep that in mind, chat. And I only rolled a fucking 2 on the, or 1 on the die, or sorry, 3 on the die.
You feel the biomechanical brain of the console process your command.
So that's the cool thing about being in this ship. This is something called a nautiloid, which is a giant fucking nautilus. And its biomass is used as a space ship or spelljammer, if you want to get freaky with it.
Flacco will ever believe this.
To travel through wild space and the far
I thought
realm.
that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you.
Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with
So the fun bit is
wariness,
that everyone here
because you
is
have a
incubated
gift with you.
with a illithid tadpole, but these are special
company.
illithid tadpoles. Ceramorphosis is usually supposed to take a fucking week. The lady in the incubator popped immediately. Dangerous company is what you need in
Fair
a fight.
point. Looks like there's plenty of fighting ahead. Let me come with you. We can get off this ship and watch each other's
And
backs along the way.
Shadowheart is a cleric. And it's not like we're in a world where the Pantheon is known and we could just look and see, oh, wait a minute, you're a cleric of Shar. This is a bad idea.
Shadowheart. One moment.
Guy, you're giving Autumn the best performance. I applaud it. Not there to experience it, but I applaud it. Hey, what's that weird cube you have? Or
It's
dodecahedron?
Trust me.
Enough of this chatter. We need to get to the helm. Now.
She's right. Lead on.
Hey man, we're all just gals being pals over
Action,
here.
not reaction.
Don't ask why I'm picking things up.
I have a lot on my mind.
It'll be a special tool that we use later.
in it. Another brain.
Hello?
Faint
There
images
we go.
appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
So we're gonna do a fun thing. Usually clerics have to decide what their spells are at the start of the day. In this game, because of how impractical that is, we just decide what our spells are right now. And I really should have taken Bane. Bards don't get to do this. Clerics, druids, and wizards get to do this, but yeah, I probably should have taken that debuff thing. We're just gonna have command on Shadowheart for no reason at all, chat. Absolutely no reason at all.
These bits are
Definitely
saying
have no
everything.
idea what's behind the next door. Definitely no reason that I'm saving here right now. At all, really. 100%.
We're
Promise.
nearing the helm. Once inside, do as I say. Who put you in charge? I'll trust my own judgment.
King Yank.
Yeah, we don't even want to know what that translates
Cast
to in
put my hands on
common.
everything.
So you know what, chat? Running this game is keeping my room warm, so that's nice. Yeah, so that's the deal. Mind flayers, they eat your brain, and then he got like ganked by a bunch of imps. So this is just showing what bad action economy will do to you.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
It's really
Do
interesting
it.
that
We
the
will deal with the
fucking...
gate after we escape.
I don't know if that's a new thing, but the fucking cutscene just showed Zalt dropping the sword. I don't know if that was always the case.
Now.
Let's have him do that. So, Connor, the words action and economy are two things I've heard before. What do they mean in this context?
These days.
And I say, yeah, fair enough.
Haste.
So in the Dungeons and Dragons,
I'm talking.
you
Regard this spontaneous flatulator.
that's a choice. And again, name of the game, pick all of this garbage up. pick up all the garbage. It'll be useful later.
I'm fury. Death.
Action economy is the... and we're kind of flying through the examples here. It is what you can do with your turn as you do anything in context of a fight, in context of anything else. So, in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, every single turn you take accounts for 6 seconds of actual time that has passed. Within that 6 seconds, you can take your action, a bonus action, so any ability that labels itself as taking up a bonus action. You have a movement speed that you're allowed to move, like our friend, the brain friend here, he couldn't get to the enemy in one segment of his movement speed, so I used the dash action to allow him to move again, but that means he does not have an action to attack, so we will wait.
Where do I go from here?
If you're playing as a spellcaster, then certain spells will take bonus actions, like I have Healing Word, that's a bonus action, so I can hit somebody with a stick and then Healing Word a friend. But all of these happen within the same 6 seconds on that turn.
Time to strike.
So action economy is referring to how you can utilize those actions, and ultimately it's like a balance of whether or not the actions that you're taking kind of outsource the resistances that enemies have. So if you have 5 people all attacking the same dude, you have 5 actions within your action economy to make any kind of difference in the fight. Whereas a regular enemy only has 1 action, so it's a little imbalanced. That's when you get tougher enemies like Commander Zalk over here. And you can say, okay, this guy's like a Cambion at this stage. He could be like a legendary enemy. He could have legendary resistances, which allow him to ignore certain effects. Like, if I were to tell him to drop his fucking sword right now, there's only a 55% chance of that going through. If he has legendary resistances, which I don't believe he does, he can just say, oh, I failed this roll, but fuck you. No, I win. However, that worked. So I really hope he's not smart enough to pick the sword up. Nope. He's punching the squid. Okay.
We must take the transponder.
So that went way better than I thought it would. Because what that means is that we can now go and pick that up and give it to our fighter and not have to worry about the rest of the fucking fight. If we don't kill this guy, we don't have to worry about not getting the sword, and that sword's pretty good.
Another fight. Let's go. Swift as my
What if
feet
I come
can
over
carry.
here and then I just tell him that he smells?
You listening? Behold, Elminster's ball bag.
Alright, so he failed that roll, which means he is now subject to Vicious Mockery, which means he has disadvantage on his next attack. But there's only a 55% chance of him failing that roll and taking the damage to begin with. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to do a fun little thing where we just click that, and then we hit Equipped. This takes away our action, but now we have a big flaming fuck-off sword. So that's gone well. I think. Uh-oh. Our bitrate has died, though. What happened? Get better. Oh well. We're gonna do what we can. So now it's really just a matter of picking up all the stuff that matters and bullying our Cambion friend, really. So I believe Shadowheart's just like hard-coded to miss a Sacred Flame. Yeah, like he saves against that. It's very poor. Her stat alignment's not great. We're gonna fix that. We're gonna fix that as soon as we can.
If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
The question is whether or not this squid will survive a bunch of punches from big spooky devil man. Because the answer is probably not. So we need to get all of the useful shit before we hit our time limit.
Hurry, before they strike.
Oh, yep, the other enemy showed up, so...
You listening? Love limb of a lecherous lich.
So that's the downside with cantrips that require a saving throw. If they don't hit, then they do nothing. Or if they don't fail to save, they do nothing. I don't know if I went into that concept of saving throws. So, some magic, some attacks require you to roll a d20 and hit an armor class number to determine whether or not your attack hits the enemy that you are attacking. The other way to attack things is through methods of saving throws. So essentially you are saying, okay, this enemy needs to roll this number, which is your spell casting modifier, or a certain effect will happen, like the Sacred Flame. If they fail a dexterity saving throw, they will... Okay, I'm gonna have him run over here and, Oh no, you bastard, you punched us. How will we recover? So, like, Sacred Flame is a dexterity saving throw, and then on a failed save, they take a number of D8 damage die of radiant damage, which most things are not resistant to, so it's a pretty good time if you can get them to fail the save.
Look here! Sod this for a game of soldiers.
I'm fury.
I'm pretty sure there's a mod for better Vicious Mockery insults. Not sure, but I think I saw that.
Onward.
We don't want to waste any of our spell slots just yet, because I don't think that there's, like, any kind of constituted save. Or, rest between now and the next bit.
Come a little closer.
So the problem is with progressing that far, he gets reinforcements, and with the amount of health these guys have at this point in the game, they are no fucking joke. So really the answer is just to run away. Because he's just beating the shit out of our squid friend, and we have no other friends aside from us.
Can't even catch my breath. No time for mercy.
Yeah, so right now, we have a pretty decent dexterity for attack. So we gotta get used to the concept of just hitting people with the sword, because we are going to go the route of the Blade Bard.
I will ascend.
Yeah, but what if I just try to hit you, though? Yeah, that's probably what was gonna happen. I don't know why I thought otherwise. See, and that is not a good representation of an Illithid, because Illithids are kind of busted. Like, Illithid v Cambion, Cambion gets toasted immediately. Like, there's no fucking chance. Yeah, and these guys are, they're here. So, we've already stolen Zolk's weapon. We don't have to kill him. Although, there is a fun little, like, canonical reason to... Motherfucker. There's a fun little canonical reason to attack Zolk and kill him here, because right now, this Mind Flayer fucking ship is in Avernus. And in D&D, the only true way to kill a devil is to kill them in the Hells. Hey Adam, thank you for checking in. I'm alive still, and we are definitely getting past the tutorial, I promise. Definitely, for sure, right now.
The helm's
So like if you kill a devil or a demon in the Primaterial Plane, their primordial essence returns to the Hells or to the Abyss, and then they can be reborn with all of their memories, so they will come back and fuck you up. If they can. If they're powerful. So killing Zalk here, because he's a named entity, would mean that he is perma-dead in the canon. This does not matter. I played this game enough times that his name literally never comes up again. Even for the one character who canonically comes back to hell. Should you so choose. Oh no! Alright, it's getting a little chunky. Also, our bitrate is bad. What is happening? What is happening there? The game also really doesn't like when I click off screen. The goddamn tutorial literally just ended. This loading screen, tutorial over. We're now in Act 1. We spent 2/3 as much time playing the tutorial as we did playing the character creator. It's great. It's fantastic. It's fun. It's exactly what playing an RPG with me is like. There is functionally only one way for that to get worse, and it's if eventually I fully beyond into playing BG3 and we do the multiplayer. Because, yeah. Oh no, pretty drought lady. I wonder if she'll be important. Oh. Oh man, our ship exploded. So there's a character that comes up later on. It's a question as to whether or not this particular guy right here is important, or if he's a squid that we kill in 10 minutes. I don't know. Very few confirmations on things. And falling to our death? No. Somebody cast Featherfall. Was it us? Nah. No, we never learned Featherfall. Featherfall's it's not a waste in this game. You just really need to build around it. And there's potions for that. Oh, okay. First time loading in Act 1. Let's see how many fucking frames we lose. And not even accounting for the bitrate, because the bitrate is ass right now.
As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull. Other than the infection, you're more or less intact. A miracle, given everything you've been through, but it'll all be for nothing if you don't find help soon. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
So the original worry is that, like, canonically you would get, like, 7, and there's a story for this that explains why you don't instantly turn into a mind flayer, because, like, it's been a day. So, you've got 6 days in a regular circumstance before you're a mind flayer. And finding someone who can even cast Greater Restoration, or even knows what the fuck an Illithid is personally, is not an easy task. It just isn't. So that in and of itself is a good setting thing, but it also really made a lot of people paranoid during the early access, because they're like, what if I take too many long rests? I'll turn into a squid. And then they added a cutscene specifically for that. We're not gonna worry about the cube.
You're alive. I'm alive. How is this possible?
In different worlds, wife. So, fun things is that bards have the most unique dialogue. They just do. It's the point of being a bard, is that you're quick-witted and an asshole. Perhaps it was some dramatically timed divine intervention.
The divine tend to keep their interventions close to the chest.
Though, I suppose it's not impossible.
Unless you're a level 20 cleric, because then you just get to do it for free once a week. What happened to our dear friend?
You might want to reconsider calling her a friend. Looks like she ran off without us.
Don't worry, guys. She's not racist on purpose. I mean, it's on purpose from somebody else's perspective. We should look for her. She might be injured or
You're more
worse.
concerned for her than she is for you, clearly. We need to take care of ourselves. First things first. We need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
Oh man, if only I could just like look at the bitrate and have it get better for some reason. And it's just staying very low for no fucking reason at all. Right. You want to stay together? Do you have any idea where we are?
No, I don't recognize this place. But
Everything's a little bit crunchier than I'm used to. Like this shadow right here, that's not good. That's bad. That's not high settings. It's definitely not what it would be on ultra settings.
We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company.
Slumming it in only the second highest fucking graphical setting possible. Alright, let's get moving.
One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right
Shadowheart
past my pod,
approves.
but you didn't.
This message is important.
I'll remember that. Lead the way.
So yeah, much like other CRPGs of its kind, you have a character approval rating that will determine whether or not there's a point in the game where this character tries to murder you. Isn't that fun? We don't really need her to know command anymore, so we're going to switch that out for Cure Wounds because that's more commonly applicable. We have a bunch of bullshit. We gotta hawk this on somebody.
Can't slow down.
Oh man, chat. Almost 2 hours in and we're starting the game. Oh boy. Isn't that crazy? Ooh, maybe this is a good character in which to have the witch hat on. Has no effect, except to make us look kind of cool. It's not that cool though.
Maybe I need more.
Once again,
pockets.
name of the game, walk around and pick up shit. Pick up everything. Always and forever. So again, I'm going to try to do as much as I can with my inherent knowledge from playing this game for 600 fucking hours.
There must
But
be a settlement somewhere nearby.
there are going to be some priorities that we make, and some of them will be questionable, and you'll say, Connor, why the fuck would you ever do that? That's insane. And I would say, yeah, but you didn't just play Dirge. And let me tell you, when you go out of your way to make all the bad decisions, you really do get to know how bad it gets. Because it can get weird. Like, really bad weird. It's fun. Really bad weird is really fun. It, however, has its own time and place, and that's not here. Because we're playing Tav. And, so Dirge isn't, like, again, there's two different types of playthrough. I kind of what's happening. So, we fell off of the ship, we did not die, and now we're picking up trash on the beach. 2 hours in, we have started the game. For all intents and purposes. So now we're going to walk around here and pick up trash, and I'll show you a couple of secret things. So everyone's like, oh man, there's this really annoying fight right here because, Connor, you're playing on Tactician, which means that the next enemies that you fight have a really stupid fucking new, not legendary action, but it is just an attack action they don't normally have. There's some brain puppies here. They're not our friends anymore. So we're gonna go this way. You're like, what? Connor, that's a wall. What are you doing? Even with an 8 strength character, you can totally subvert that fight. 100%. There's even a chest up here to reward you for doing it. And I think that was a potion of fire resistance, which means nothing to my tiefling. Because you can't double up on resistance, which is annoying, but it's fine. So there's this funny little spot right here where, yeah, you can just jump up the cliff. Isn't that fun? See, Chad, there's inherent value in watching this playthrough. You'll learn fun little secrets like that. Which you could have learned 7 months ago, like I did. Oh wait, a big weird swirling hole. What's that now?
Somehow. Approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glitters and swirls from it erratically, as if malfunctioning. It looks slightly dangerous.
That's a big swirling vortex. What'll happen if I just touch it? Just poke it a little bit.
A hand? Anyone?
Bard charisma. Attune yourself to the sigil's magic and then bid it to quiet down. That is the bard way of doing things. Oh yeah, and since we have Shadowheart in our party, we have the most important cantrip of the game, which is Guidance, which just adds a d4 to whatever the fuck we roll. It makes the difference 90% of the time. It didn't this time. But it is fun to see big number. So because we're good at magic, we can fix the portal thing so that Gale can be pulled out. Annoyingly, I think this is still a strength check. Oh, no, nope, just lets him out. Alright, cool. You can physically pull him out of here. There's a fun little interaction here when you play as the Dark Urge. We'll leave what happens for another time. But it is also the reason he's not an origin character.
Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies.
All you heard was weird swirling hole. I mean, that's like a Tuesday night, right? No need to apologize.
A bit shocked, but friend, it's a relief and a pleasure to make your
We
acquaintance.
might actually keep Gale in the party for a bit. Maybe.
You're on the Norse Lloyd as well.
Probably not, for at least the first act. Never mind the Nautiloid. How'd you get in
I
the
don't know what
rock?
transpired exactly, but the ship broke into pieces and I suddenly found myself in freefall. As I was plummeting to certain death, I spied a
He will
glimmer.
repay us for his
Here I
magical
estimated
talents.
my body to
Or
impact with less than
we will repay him
savory
for
propulsion.
the utilization of his
Recognizing
magical
this glimmer to be
talents
magical in nature, I reached out
by
to
letting
it
him
with a
eat our
weaving of
shoes.
words and found myself on the other
This is how you
side,
make friends in
as it were.
Dungeons and Dragons.
How about you? How did you survive the fall?
To be honest, I don't know.
Fair enough. But even so, I have the unfortunate suspicion your survival is still very much in jeopardy. Back on the ship, you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region, were you not?
This is definitely how you play a level 1 wizard. You just sound like a pedantic asshole. I couldn't have phrased it more repellently myself.
No use sugarcoating it, is there? The insertee we speak of, this parasite, are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind flayers? It's a process known as ceremorphosis, and let me assure you,
The emphasis
to be
is on the wrong
avoided.
syllable. It's
you don't happen to be a
ceremorphosis.
cleric by any chance,
whatever.
do you? A doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
It's
You
foreshadowing
seem
for
to know
later.
enough about our condition to realize it's beyond most clerics' skills.
Most, no doubt, but I find myself hoping to be in the presence of the few.
I think
You
literally
don't have to be one of
level
them.
8 or 9 you get access to 5th level spells, so on a scale of 1 to 20, no, most clerics who are clerics for more than 10 minutes can do this, but I can tend to basic wounds and ailments, but alien parasites, I'm afraid
As we've
not.
established, few enough can. It's not exactly a common
Although if you play
affliction.
Lore Bard, you could totally
And
take
we're
Greater
certainly going to
Restoration.
need
Also,
a
Greater
healer.
Restoration doesn't work in this
Soon,
game like that.
too.
There's reasons.
How about
We'll get
we lend
into it
each other a helping hand once
in
more
100
and look for a
hours
healer
or so.
together.
Oh, and then now my fucking bitrate is perfect. Okay, stay there. Why don't you? Thanks. Sounds like a plan. You're welcome to join me.
Most excellent. A parasite shared is a parasite halved. Or something to that effect. Oh, but before you think you're about to embark on a journey with most ill-mannered a man, thank you for pulling me out of that stone.
If only I got
It was an
an
act of
approval point for
foresighted
that.
kindness, I assure you. For I have the feeling ample opportunities will present themselves for me to return the favor.
Oh man, we saved the wizard and leveled up. Isn't that crazy? So normally, the last couple of playthroughs, there's reasons to hold off on leveling up. Right now, level 1, no sir. No thank you. Level 2 Bard. Nothing else happens. But it's important. Because we get Jack of all trades, which gives us half proficiency in every skill we're not adept with. This is very important because it makes us less bad at things. Just like in general. Also, we get Song of Rest, which in this game is fucking busted. In regular D&D 5e, Song of Rest, I think you get it. Yeah, no, you do get it at the second level. It's just an extra d6 when you take a short rest on hit points recovered. This one gives us an entire extra short rest charge before we have to take a long rest. Especially when we have characters like Will, who are warlocks. This shit is busted. Also, we get a spell. And we're going to take Bane. Because everything else is kind of ass except for Cure Wounds, but I'm not wasting my shit on healing. Not playing a cleric. So, it's kind of pointless that we're putting any attention into Shadowheart leveling up. We will correct certain things later on. We're just going to accept her as she is for now, before we fix all of the problems with her stat alignment. Also, level 2 is where wizards get their spell class. I usually go evocation because this is important. Sculpt spells, which is only in the evocation subclass. You create pockets of safety within your evocation spells. Allies automatically succeed their saving throws against these spells and take no damage from them. So if you're throwing out like a fireball as any other kind of wizard, everybody else has to duck and cover. Evocation wizard? Nah, you're fine. This is not how this works in the regular game. However, there are some fun things we could do with Divination Wizard. Portent is really good. So Portent's like the most annoying thing you can do to a DM is play a fucking Divination Wizard. Portent, your dreams grant you glimpses that let you influence the future. After each long rest, you gain 2 random Portent die. During the day, you can use your reaction to change the die of any attack roll or saving throw rolled near you to one of your Portent die. Each Portent die can only be used once, and you lose your unused Portent die at the end of each day. That means if I roll a 3, and then I attack someone with, like, let's say, just do a saving throw thing, like, drop your weapon, and they succeed their save because I'm level fucking 2 or 3 and our stats are bad, you can just say no. You can just fucking say no. If we were allowed to go to level 20, I would honestly probably take Transmutation, but Transmutation is ass in this game. Conjuration's not terrible. Enchantment's weird. Evocation's probably usually the best way to go. I've never actually seen anyone play with Abjuration. It might be good in this game, I don't know. Necromancy's very fun. very, very, very late in the game. We don't deal with this. I did a run with a Necromancer Gale. It's not fun. So I haven't fucked with Divination. We're gonna do Divination, which just means I need to be careful about what kind of fireballs I am throwing. And it's level 1, so it would be really helpful if I took Longstrider. Yeah, fuck it. So this game also does a couple of things interestingly. I'm gonna save Thunderwave. Thunderwave is useful, but not right now. Sleep could potentially be useful. Yeah, fuck it. Emergency cases. So, the reason I took Longstrider is that it is a ritual spell, which in the regular game is a spell that can be cast without using a spell slot if you spend 10 minutes casting the spell. The way it works in this game is if you have a ritual spell active, you can just cast it without spending a spell slot. We're not keeping time. And Longstrider is important because it increases our basic movement speed.
Dead goblins over there.
Which means we're faster, which means we do more stuff, which means shit gets done quicker. And we have an advantage in battle because we get to run farther away than our enemies can. Oh yeah, that is over there. Eh, fuck it.
There, a mind flayer. And it's hurt.
That thing's...
You approach the dying monster. This is the thing that abducted you. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion.
We do not want to give in to the emotion. This isn't right step away, it just ends the interaction. No, you should be furious, shouldn't you?
Yes, you feel hate. And you deserve to be punished for it. You should be whipped, made to bow before this creature in shame. It's possessing your mind, forcing you to love it, but then the feeling slips. The creature's mind seems to focus elsewhere.
So we can make an intelligence roll. Now we do finally have a +1 because of Jack of all trades, and we also have guidance, so there's a chance in hell we can roll a 10. Oh boy, guidance literally just fucking allowed us to continue.
Your mind's
Awesome.
fuse, lusting for something that is gone. But then its grip claws back with a vengeance, a vice locking your mind into obedience. It needs sustenance to survive, and with your very body, you can provide.
So it wants you to lean in for a kiss so it can eat your fucking brain. But we're just gonna roll wisdom, and we only have to roll 5. We're good. So this interaction was a lot tougher in the early access because there were 3 NPCs that were also under its thrall. And it would immediately turn them around on you, and you would have to kill them because
its eyes,
they're attacking you.
Orange pearls radiate malice.
It wasn't a good time, so they completely removed that interaction because it was really complicated and the DCs were too high. We're gonna kill it. We're gonna kill it with violence. The rule of any RPG: if you can kill something on screen, make sure it's dead. Kill it on screen.
Too good for it.
Oh man, another origin character. What a coincidence.
Hurry! I've got one of those brain things cornered. There, in the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
Kill it yourself, you look capable enough.
I was hoping for a kind soul. Well, not to worry.
We have decent dexterity and we do still have guidance on, so we're probably alright. When a bard outdexes a rogue, there's problems.
I saw you on the ship, strutting about whilst I was trapped in that pod. What did you and those tentacled freaks do to me?
You have it backwards. They snatched me up too.
I'm not an idiot. I saw... Ah!
Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets. You try to hold the memory, but it fades to the worm. The light. The fear.
What was that? What's going on?
The, Mind Flayer's worm. It connects us.
The worm? Of course. That explains things. Somewhat. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies.
Apology accepted. I might have done the same where the roles reversed.
A
Gale,
kindred
shut up.
spirit.
Gale disapproves.
My name's Astarion.
Because I'm
I was in
snarky.
Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me.
Introduce yourself. You're a Baldurian too. Or tell them your name and story. We don't have to be from Baldur's Gate. Fuck that.
My. You've been busy. So, did you learn anything about these worms while wandering the ship?
Yes, unfortunately, they'll turn us into mind flayers.
Turn us into...
Oh man,
Of course
definitely
it'll
not
turn
an
me into a
inconspicuous
monster.
bite mark right over here.
What else did I expect?
Right there.
Although,
Right there.
it hasn't happened yet.
Totally inconspicuous.
If we
It's
can
the
find
middle
an
of the
expert,
day, Chad.
someone that can
He's
control
just
these
an
things,
elf. It's
there
fine.
might still be time. Well, yes, of course. But first things first. You know, I was ready to go this alone. But maybe sticking with the herd isn't such a bad idea. And anyone that can crash
Definitely
a mind
nothing
flayer
wrong
ship
with
and
the
walk away
extremely sharp
seems
canines.
like a good person to know.
It's fine.
All right. I accept.
We're out in the sunlight. It couldn't
Lead
possibly
on.
be true. So this is Astarion. He's voiced by Neil Newbon. He's the best. Okay, yeah, he's already level 2. So, functional. He's probably going to be a mainstay in the majority of the party because I am not playing a dex character, which means we need a rogue. We're a bard, we're probably good with animals, right? Perfectly fine.
The boar grunts and eyes you warily with its beady eyes. The boar shuffles its trotters,
And he teleports because he's a magic boar. It's
I'll
fine.
take that.
Don't worry. Oh yeah, we need Gale to cast
magic.
Long Strider on the Astarion.
With ease.
Now I could have learned
Still
Long
alive.
Strider as a
So
bard,
that's
but then
progress.
that would waste one of my spell slots.
Moving ahead.
And I don't have as many as Gale does, so that's fine. Oh yeah,
Someone there?
they immediately provide you an opportunity to prove
Let's crack
Astarion's
it.
usefulness. It's like, okay, there's this locked box. And he's got it. It's fine. There's nothing in it worth equipping, but we're probably going to.
It's mine now.
You're like, Connor, why are you picking up all this vegetation? And there's a reason, which we'll get to later.
No time to rest.
But more
No
importantly,
traps, please.
now we have to go fight that fight we avoided. Because we're level 2
Don't waste a step.
and have a full party.
Vicious filth. Best keep some distance, or this will be a short fight.
Now we could try this, but we could also do this, which is much more entertaining. Got him.
This is good.
It's the most useful Shadowheart has been in a fight at level 2 ever. Ever and for all time. And I don't have a clear shot, so that's interesting.
They won't know what bit them.
It'll be fine.
One day I'll catch a break.
I've got one. Take your bottom mouth shut.
But I really want that fucking better Vicious Mockery mod. Yeah, so these Intellect Devours can cast Synaptic Discharge, which is a ranged psychic damage spell, and nothing... We have no access to psychic resistance at this point. So it's, fucking annoying. Okay. Gale hit, which is...
On my way.
Not the standard, but... Oh man, we're doing numbers, chat. Numbers are happening. Oh nice, we just killed the other one. And hide again.
The subtle approach.
Also, rogues are busted in this game. They're also busted in regular D&D, but there's a whole fight to be had about that.
Time for some bloody work.
Oh man, our Vicious Mockery made us call him a twat. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy who's about to murder us is the problem. So this is the fun situation that we found ourselves in. We're playing a bard, which means our hit dice suck, so we're gonna have bad hit points forever.
Bleed for me.
And I'm playing on the second hardest difficulty, so it's fine. See? It's
Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect.
Let's have you heal, because we don't want to use any potions just yet.
No one stopped me yet.
And again, much like in an actual game of D&D, loot the bodies. Always loot the bodies. First priority, loot the bodies. They could have stuff that's important.
Yeah, I hope.
Like, you don't know. Look, we found this spiked bulb inside of this mind flayer.
Need to find a way forward.
Yeah. And here's the second point. You can pick up a rapier. And this motherfucker had a potion of speed.
Another joins our merry band. We'll need to keep our wits sharp around him, I think.
Oh yeah, I forgot to talk to the companions about our new companion. Every time something happens, you can talk to your companions, and they will have some kind of witticism to regale you with.
Astarion's an interesting find. Let's hope any future acquaintances don't hold a blade to your throat by way of introduction.
I mean, let's not ignore the fact that he's a vampire, but whatever. We can ignore this until Shadowheart likes us a little more, because she's like that.
Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city. It's all rather tedious.
Also, it's really hard to get Astarion to do or say anything. There's a lot of opportunities in the early game where you want to do like the common sense thing, and then Astarion's just like, yeah, no, I don't like that, so fuck you. And it's a huge, horrendous pain in the ass. Because you want Astarion to like you. Because he won't tell you he's a fucking vampire until you're at least a little bit cool. And he's a little bit of a picky bitch at first, so... Ugh. Also, usually that pathway's on fire. So, I think... Yeah, we're over here. So I have to go this way, I believe, to get our real most important companion, the most important pickup in the entire game. A thing that, without which we will assuredly have died.
In thought.
It's right over here. So most people are like, oh, they give you a bottle of water so you can clear this, or you can just have your wizard do the one ice spell he knows. And now you won't burn yourself on the floor.
Best be on my way.
It's fun. The real best companion in this game. He's right over here. Or they're right over here. I don't know how they identify. It's a shovel.
I hear shouting up ahead.
Shovels allow us to dig up dirt mounds
But be careful.
and find hidden treasure. Without the shovel, we cannot do this.
Something the matter?
Nope. There is some yelling. Let's run away from the yelling now. What if we went this way? Like specifically this way direction.
Zoru was right. Yellow as a toad, and twice as ugly.
The thing's dangerous. Leave it for the goblins to kill.
And if it escapes, how will you... Oh, a guest.
Your skull pounds.
Oh man,
in
these
response
guys
to the
might treat me a little
prisoner's
less like
white,
shit.
hot Stare. Her lips don't move, yet you hear her voice.
Get rid of them.
Bard deception. Oh gods, you've got a scout. Get the invasion forces right behind me. Save yourselves. But no, we should address Lae'zel first. Don't worry, I'll get them out of here one way or another.
Flow to her, though you never
So this is a
speak
fun
them
little
aloud.
moment where it explains the concept that because you are both infected with the illithid brainworms,
keen she was to
you
leave
can
me to go
share
underwater.
the hive mind. You
I
can
can't
communicate
trust her.
telepathically. This only exists because I'm playing a bard. Because the other two things usually are really not straightforward at all. And if you kill the tieflings, you miss out on a really stupid achievement, which is to save all of the fucking tieflings you can possibly save.
Hells, this isn't worth it. I'm out of here.
Yeah, get out.
Enough gawking. Get me down.
Say please.
Never.
Okay then. We're gonna wait for them to leave. Like actually, physically, for realsies.
You'll hear goblins.
They have disappeared. Now... Oop, wait, no. We're gonna have Mysterian shoot the trap. And he didn't do it good enough. Because he didn't get sneak attack
The tadpole hasn't
On-
yet scrambled all your senses.
the thing.
Auspicious. But the longer we wait, the more it consumes. My people possess the cure for this infection. I must find a creche. You will join me.
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage.
You're clearly no friend to tieflings. I think we'll go our separate ways. See... Like, Lae'zel. Good. What exactly is a creche?
It is many things. A hatchery, a training grounds, a shelter.
Githyanki protocol is clear. When infected with a Gaith tadpole, we must report to Augustil for purification.
I really need to find, like, another set of armor. This is the most ridiculous fucking thing. A simple thank you wouldn't go amiss.
You may as well suggest a wyvern bow to worms. The cure I offer will suffice as thanks.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
Make space, and my might is yours.
Gale, go hang out at camp.
Mind is strong, but the knees, well, they are a little sore. I'll gladly put my feet up.
Good.
There's reasons we need Gale to stay at camp for a bit.
You have made an ally from Kresh Kalir.
Oh no, we lost
Few
that
no
approval
such
point from
fortune.
earlier with
Call
Shadowheart.
me Lae'zel.
I'll trust your judgment. but I won't
So the
trust
early
her.
party's like really
Not
contentious,
until I've gotten the measure of it.
and they're all a bunch of
You have a
assholes.
sharp tongue,
And that
elf.
was like the
What
intriguing
did your
thing
mind
when this
prove
game
its
came out, because like
equal?
every other
elf.
thing, like you have your
I
Dragon
suppose the
Ages
finer
where you have
details are lost on a creature
bickering
like
between the
you.
party, but ultimately each party member is individually
The horned
likable.
ones mentioned a camp. One there, this
Like,
Zoru, a
early
Silver
access
Yankee.
Lae'zel was a lot
A
meaner.
crush must be near. We will ask this Zoru where he has seen
But
my
like
kin.
your entire party's a bunch of dirtbags. It's great. Now the problem is we don't have Gale in the party to give Lae'zel the little speed boost, but we'll figure that out.
Wish I had a bag of holding. Time to press ahead.
So there's a fun little interaction we can have over here before we head back over to where the tieflings came from.
You! Not another step, hear me?
So normally you can come across from the other side.
Company up here!
What's this then? Trying to creep around us and loot the crypt?
And they acknowledge you came around on the
Not
back end
happening.
of this interaction.
Or is it the ship you're after? Don't matter either way. It's ours. All of it.
So this is like the main reason that no one's playing gnomes or Duragar, and lesser so, but also dwarves. This isn't threatening. Let's see. I think it's an invasion force. Run while you can. I could go this route. Like, any of these are good. I can get them to run in the nice way. I can get them to run in the mean way. I can get them to fuck off in the meaner way. Or I can just attack them. But we're playing a bard, so let's be pedantic. I think that ship's an invasion force. Run while you can. And rolling a 22 when you're this early, it's pretty good. It's a good one.
Well, in that case, come on, you lot. No point in getting killed. Second worm gets the cheese and all.
Second mouse gets the cheese. No?
Nobody's getting any damn cheese.
Especially
Now
since you
move
guys
it.
left all of your cheese inside this ruin.
It would have been quicker to kill them.
Honestly, yeah. So the other really fun way to do this is that these two idiots are having this argument right over this cracked stone, and you could just shoot this fucking rope and kill them. But doing the bard thing makes more sense. Plus that fight's annoying, and I have not enough health to worry about that kind of shit this early on. What I want to do is get into this fucking space. Alright, let's, yeah, fuck it. So this is a fun little secret. It's not so much a secret as it is, like, this is the alternate route, and the alternate route is usually better.
Let's get going.
We're just gonna go in this way. Ignore that door. Fall into the next thing. Okay. So this fight's really annoying because they have so much of an advantage. Like, horrendously. Except we have a higher initiative, and that's an explosive barrel.
With pleasure.
So fun. And the fight is solved. Thank you, Asterion, for being a half-elf. We also got it done with Shadowheart, but I honestly don't even trust her to hit the inanimate object. God, her fucking spellcasting modifier is such ass. That's why we're here in this crypt, because we get the key to help us fix our characters in this space. God damn it. Okay.
Taking position.
And start, and me, and pick it up, and pick it up. So picking up things normally doesn't take your action, it's only equipping and unequipping things that takes your action. have Lae'zel jump right. There was a path. There was a path. Shut the fuck up. There we go. She's gonna take a little bit of fire damage, but that's okay. Never mind, it's not okay. We are outside of our attack radius. Amazing. See, that would have been fixed if we had cast Longstrider on her before Gale had left. So the biggest reason I'm doing this is that I want to go back. I want to go back to play this game, and I want to do it with the mods. And there's one mod in particular that I want more than anything the fuck else. And it's the remove party cap limit mod. And it's a little pedantic in how it works. But what the thing fucking does is like, oh hey, you have 8, you can have up to 11 party members. You have 11 party members? Yeah, they're all here. Yeah, they're all here. Fuck it. It's like playing an Adventure League game. Yeah, the game's balanced for 11 fucking people. So this is one of those rare opportunities where I actually want to use a leveled spell. Because if we can cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on this stupid bastard... He's now prone. The next physical attack on him will be at advantage. And he also loses his turn, and this guy's a barbarian, so that's really... you don't want to deal with it. Barton's just chilling on fire. Say what you will about his nerd-ass friends, but, this guy's alright. End your turn, Barton. Thank you. Fuck it. Ah, right. Doesn't break. Good. Oh, no, it did break. Okay. He gets a chance to save every time he's hit, so that could have gone better.
Time to strike.
But I also just have the ability to walk over here and hit him. Dead. Done. Dusted. Eat shit. Okay.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay, just enough movement to not be able to leave the room because Shadowheart is great and a little wide. So we're gonna uncancel her turn and move her out here.
Wow, so much for
so that we can get over here. So that this guy can just fucking die. But he saved. So now we just have to wait for the environment to kill him. And that's another really hard early fight, just done.
What's inside?
We're not going to read every book, chat. I'm sorry. This is not going to be a lore through. We will go through the more important shit. There's not a lot here that's that necessary.
Might be useful.
Oh, right. I went the back way, so there's one last guy I have to go kill. And initiative. What up, idiot? Now, he really should be surprised, I think. But, you know. And that was a choice. To dash and then use your offhand.
Onward.
And Orn, you fucking dumbass. Oh right, okay. So let's enter combat the old-fashioned way, where we ignore the turn order and sneak attack.
Keep them guessing. Time for a new approach.
Wow, that guy cannot see. That's amazing. Yeah, right. Okay. That could have gone better. Hello, standard attack action? Thank you. Gotta remember, Blade Bard can hit things. It's an option. Hi again. I'm just took the crisis picnic. Oh, wow.
At the ready.
I will just assume. We take all this garbage to sell to the closest asshole who is willing to buy things. There's a supply pack. These are important.
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day?
So that's a fun little joke on a ongoing discussion slash criticism of action economy and the balance of fights within D&D. So they say that you should do an average of 3 to 5 fights, depending on what your level scale is, per short rest or long rests. You should balance things out so you take at least 2 short rests per long rest session. So like people are like, oh man, like imagine like the life of an adventurer where because every turn is 6 seconds, you're like you work at most 10 minutes a day. Is there a reason I'm reading the books? No, Chad, there really isn't. I don't know if there's a passive thing. There used to be.
Indecipherable text covers the plaque.
In a different game.
A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
I don't know if we would know that if we weren't a bard. But yeah. Books. I know that Gale, being a wizard, if he reads certain books, he gets fucking inspiration points. Inspiration, we haven't run into it yet, is a system that is a recommendation in D&D 5th edition, is not super commonly used. It really depends on your dungeon master. Inspiration is like, oh man, you did this action that was really in character or was like really smart and I want to reward you. So take this mystical point, and an inspiration point is something that you hold on and you're like, okay, I want to re-roll a roll, or I want to roll with advantage or a disadvantage or whatever. You would then utilize the inspiration your DM gave you to be able to do that. Again, very contextual.
You do not recognize the language on the plaque.
So this is an implication of where we are. Fine dust coats the pages of the weathered book. Beneath the bone-white powder, hundreds of short obituaries are recorded in tiny script. Groban Tibble, Illmater, drowning. Yvain Arkinson, Ogma, internal rot. Devrin Stout, Saloon, fever. So it's a name, an attributed god, and their cause of death.
What's that?
Which, if you know the D&D lore, has a heavy implication of like what the people who did here were about. And the lore is really foggy as of 5e. 4e did a lot of shit that no one liked, so a lot of it's been like retroactively ignored. But what happens in the D&D universe when you die? Well, your alignment affects what afterlife you go to. This is a big concept in Planescape. Planescape is a CRPG that is the foundation of all of these computer RPGs. There were CRPGs before it, but none were as good. It was also the first RPG I ever played. And that was before I even knew what D&D was. So, like, that's how... This is, like, the ancestry of my taste in media. Planescape Torment is responsible for half of how much of an asshole I am. Anyway. If you know some D&D lore, especially with like the gods and goddesses, the mythos of the various pantheons, because like D&D just full on like wholesale takes certain cultural pantheons, like the Greek pantheon exists within the concept of the various primaterial realms.
I'll give it a shot.
Primaterial planes. The Egyptian gods are also like uniquely worshipped in a particular space. So this is a fun little section where we play Astarion is the most useful character. It's a fun little game mode where you go into a trapped room and then you realize how useful Astarion is. But the gods and goddesses unique to D&D's pantheon.
The text on the plaque is a mystery to you.
Okay. Astarion's not doing particularly well in seeing things, so what we can do is we can have... Wisdom. Perception is a wisdom-based skill. We're gonna have Lae'zel learn to be a little wiser and look at things. I don't think any of these traps can be triggered by anything other than setting off the main bit. So we're gonna play a ring around the corpse room with each of our characters so that we can acknowledge what traps are where, and then we can send Astarion in to go and get them. Holy shit, Shadowheart, what the fuck?
Looks like a trap there.
One successful. One successful check. That's amazing. That's our cleric, everyone. That's like literally half of their job. Is to have a good passive perception skill. That's fucking crazy. Okay, you know all those good rolls we got earlier, Chad? We're paying for them right now. Alright. So we're gonna have Astarion go and stop as much of this as he can. And then run. Be quick.
Someone doesn't like visitors.
Anyway, what happens when you die in D&D? So, your soul becomes the property of a particular plane of existence based on your alignment. I don't think that triggers anything. If you're faithful to a particular god, you go to their divine realm, you become an aspect of their divine realm, you either become a source of suffrage of power, or we just have Astarion lockpick this. There is a key for this fucking door. We don't. Okay, maybe we do. Maybe we do. Maybe we have to prove Connor wrong constantly. It's fine. Thank you. So if you're like a cleric and you die and you're promised to your god, so your soul is used to make up a component of their divine realm where you are reborn in a particular form in that divine realm. Like a lot of druids, your neutral good guys, or anyone nature inclined, will end up in the Beastlands, which is a place where all animals are sentient, sapient, and can talk.
Traps.
That's just the whole deal over there. But there is a little bit of a process to this, and this is more so like 3rd edition and AD&D lore.
There are traps about.
When you die, the soul leaves your body, and it goes to the center of the well, not the center of the multiverse, but it goes to the planar center of the fugue plane. Ooh. Let's have our main character comment on that, because we have a tiefling in the party. Send this to Bazel. And we can disarm this. And maybe that will allow us to take this shit and then run away.
At least things have stayed interesting.
When you go to the fugue plane, there are a bunch of things that are there. Most notably is the god Jurgle. His whole deal is to record the stories of the dead. What killed them, where they're going. And while your soul is in the fugue plane, it can, you the sapient essence of your being, can,
A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
I feel like you should know what a soul coin is as a tiefling, but whatever. So that went up without a hitch. There are a lot of traps in this room. If you set off one of them, they all go off. It's a bad time. We're going to ignore that.
Here we go.
So the god Jurgle is the scribe of the dead. He records who is going where and why. There are also a lot of different... There's a specific type of devil that goes to the fugue plane to record or to intercept people before they are recorded.
About their words that they commanded protection.
So that's how you get a lot of like post-life infernal contracts where a soul will sign itself over for a particular service or to a particular devil, just to avoid wherever they're going. Because like if you're a neutral evil guy and you end up going to Acheron, which is a plane that is an endless war, where whoever you kill becomes your slave in the afterlife, and you're constantly fighting wars with everyone and everything, yeah, you might not want to go there. It might not be the most poignant afterlife to spend the rest of eternity in.
If my lessons were true. The final scribe.
The final scribe. Of all the people to get that Lae'zel, it's interesting, but...
Despite everything.
The inscription is in a language unknown to you.
Anyway, Jurgle is important.
Traps, please.
He is plot relevant to the game.
Let's have a look.
And we might get the context as to what that means in like a minute.
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
Oh, thank you, Kaya, for the manual posture check. I swear, guys, if we get 50 fucking followers and I get the thing, if I get title that doesn't matter, and I can actually activate channel points, that will be channel point redemption thing #1. So we're bad at strong, so we should do Arcana. And we also have Best Girl Shadowheart to tell us what to do. Oh man, there's no way. Oh no. Unfortunate.
The tome does not take kindly to your tampering.
Fine. We'll get someone who's smarter to look at the thing.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
You don't get a lot of opportunities to like roll through which characters can actually make the check. And I could have had Shadowheart do it, but, you know.
As the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic
Make sure you drink water as
pulses
well.
from the parchment.
You know, I just killed my
What was once script is now an obliterated
my
scroll.
bottle. Before we go on to the
You have a
next
sense these are
thing, I'm gonna
names, a
take a
list.
quick bio break
But of
and also
what?
grab some water. Religion. What does Asterion know about religion? He is your own personal Jesus. It's fine.
Gods. These are the names of gods, once lost but now restored after the Second Sundering.
So it's really
three
crazy
names in
that
this
they
book
acknowledge
sit
the
close
second
together,
sundering. Like
but are so
the big question that I
devastated by the
have that I
scrolls to
haven't
be
really found a
unreadable.
confirmation for
Entire pantheons have
is how
dwindled and been
aware
reborn,
people are of the
silently
world
recorded
state
by this book.
of Faerun. So in the Forgotten Realms, which is where we are, in the world of Faerun, there is a chronology and history.
Hiding here.
Ooh, cool. There's a chronology and history, another soul coin. Awesome, fantastic, amazing. Of like what happened in the world. There used to be the world as we know it used to be a place called Abir Toril. And then the first sundering of the gods happened, and Abir and Toril were split. So the dragons and dragonkin and the elemental deities, or not deities, but the the more primal, elemental. I'm thinking of the wrong words right now. The things that are not the gods that represent primordial nature, primordials, were sent to Abir because they didn't get along with the gods in Toril. And Ao, the essential Zeus, the guy whose whole job is to tell what other jobs, or what other gods their jobs are, split the fucking world in half. The lore is very inconsistent. There's a lot of fracturing things, because, like, there's a book that came out not too long ago.
Something just woke up down here.
Okay, so all of us are going at the same time. We can have a couple of them
The
run.
darkness can be to our advantage.
Usually doesn't.
Taking position.
So luckily we went to each of these corpses and we took their weapons, mostly, beforehand. Fuck it, yeah. Have health. So Ao is the leader of the gods, and he is the one who gets to decide what, who is taking up what portfolio. A portfolio in this context is, I should probably select
sometimes the only way out is through.
And
what path
get
lies
you up
before
there, and then we're gonna call this skeleton a big sneaky poo-poo head.
Your breath had killed the dead twice
It was
over.
ineffective, possibly because he does not have ears.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Got to press on.
Shadowheart's not doing anything useful, so we could channel Divinity, because we're gonna go reset her shit anyway. We need to have her be, like, we need more than one person within range for that to be worth doing. So the big question is, like, how aware of the creation and the first sundering and the second sundering are people? Because it's not, like, there are many reasons why that would not be calling on knowledge, like, even a little bit. So finding information on the first sundering, interesting. Whether or not any of these characters have the context to know what the fuck that means, not clear. Ooh, shit. Alright, well, that's not great. Okay, so. Interesting.
Time to push my luck again.
I'm just gonna go over here and hit this guy. He saved his concentration check, so that's something. I do have one flourish per short rest, so I will do that. Eat shit, entombed scribe.
There's blood in the air.
Yeah, so how aware people are of the functional foundation of their, like, the origin of the world, not really super clear. Nice. Awesome. And because Shadowheart is standing right next to him and Astarion is a rogue, I can sneak attack even though I'm not hit. And got him.
I am fury. I am death.
So this is, like, potentially mind-shattering information, but we just don't have the context as to whether or not it's important to them. Fuck it. Action surge and second big hit. He's clipping into the wall. Let's not worry about that. I mean, Fog Cloud's annoying, but at least it's not a damage spell.
Not fall before my time.
That's not great, though. So, you can't cast magic in silenced area. Final Fantasy took that idea from D&D. All spells have a verbal or a somatic component. And if you cannot talk, you cannot cast. Nice. That went well.
I'll do it my way.
That did not go well.
On my way.
Oh, I was gonna show, maybe... No. Maybe not. There really isn't much of a use for Shadowheart's Channel Divinity right now because she's a trickery cleric and it's not good. Like, there's no better way to say that. It's a token.
Time to strike.
Let's have you drink the potion, and then let's have you hit something. Except I guess you can't.
What should I do?
Let's do the cleric thing for once. Turn undead. So he's turned, which means the affected entity must move away from the creature that turned it. It cannot take actions, bonus actions, or reactions other than to dash and try to escape. Ends after taking any damage. So later levels, turn undead becomes destroy undead, so like low level skeletons like this would just get nuked. You're supposed to not take any other actions but dash, my guy. Did you not just read the effect description? I did. I'll just have Asterion shoot him.
I won't give in. Don't waste a step.
No, but it's interesting. It's a thing to think about with what is the world state.
I will ascend.
And murder. Okay.
Surrender their valuables, even after death.
Okay, we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna run to the restroom and get more water, which seems counterintuitive, but you guys hang out here. I will be right back. Blarg. Alright, returneth chat, and Kaya, I did get water, so I've done a thing. I've done that basic necessity to life, drink water. You know what's... Liesel can drink a potion, why not?
Eager for battle.
We could just short rest,
live
but
in more interesting times.
It's whatever.
I wonder if the gods are watching me.
Oh man, what is this shiny button that we pressed to start that fight?
Not the best bet to hide one sarcophagus.
This is important until it isn't. We can now speak to the dead at will.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
And here, Chad, is technically the most important character in the game. Second only to us, probably. It's a sassy skeleton.
So he has spoken, and so thou standest before me. Right, as always.
So the he in that statement,
what a curious way to
I think, is
awaken.
Ao. Like, Ao is the one who sent
Now,
Withers
I have a
here.
question for thee. What is the worth of a single mortal's life?
That is heavy as fuck to ask, my dude. I remember, well, where'd my water even go? I mean, you know, sometimes you just forget, man. Like, sometimes, like, you know that at the end of the day, you need to have your, like, 80 to 100 ounces of water, but you're like, okay, I drank half of this 24-ounce bottle, and it's been 8 hours. No, I'm actually doing pretty good for my water today. This is my, like, 3rd or 4th refill. So I'm on track for my water consumption today. Quite the question. What's the reason for it?
Curiosity. Nothing more. Wilt thou answer my question?
So usually in a D&D setting, if you see a lich and you're level 2, it's a problem. Yes, ask away.
So, I ask again, what is the worth of a single mortal life?
No one's life is worth more than any other. We are equal. That depends on the person's deeds. Life's only value is his currency. It doesn't matter to me otherwise. Each life is of infinite value and merits sacrificing everything for. The only life that matters is mine. In my experience, it depends on what the mortal looks like. Because the point of contention here is that tieflings are racist a lot. But the bard answer is, a life is only worth so much as the legends remember it. I usually go with this answer. Not every class gets its own unique response. We're gonna lean bard.
A life and how it is lived are different equations.
Because
Very
we're
well.
a dumb Chad and don't know what the meaning of
am
fucking life
satisfied.
is.
We have met, and I know thy face. We will see each other again.
Guys, if I had $1 every time I heard that line spoken for the first time as a character, I would have $15 and be probably happy about it. You know what, actually probably more if we're including early access, because I started a new character for every update. And Withers was only, I think he might have been there from the start, I don't remember.
How long has it been?
Something's on my mind.
We have nothing more to discuss. I must attend this place after so many years.
So it's
away.
interesting because Withers very obviously is a
We
lich.
will see each other
At the very
again.
least, he is some kind of undead.
Soon.
The gold aesthetic So you've read ahead in our little story. See, you get to be cheeky as a bard. You get to break the fourth wall a little bit.
The mechanics of fate would be difficult to explain to one such as thyself.
It's true. I only have a 10 intelligence.
Regardless, it will occur.
But Wither's headpiece is really reminiscent to the new update that they gave to Vecna. They recently redesigned Vecna, and then there was a whole adventure campaign built around Vecna. And it was the last 5e vanilla campaign to have been put out, so I haven't played it yet. But I don't know if that was intentional. I don't remember what the timeline was, if that Vecna design came out before or after Baldur's Gate 3, if it's maybe potentially more a reference to Withers than it is to honor literally one of the most known faces in the history of this franchise. You don't know. It's impossible to tell unless you actually look it up, which I'm not going to do, because that would distract from how much game we've gotten done in 3 hours, chat. We've almost introduced every origin character, almost. We're getting there. We're getting there, I promise. Promise. Progress is happening. Okay. We're gonna short rest.
Well, some rest's better than none.
Where are we? Okay, this is Lae'zel's little pitfall area, and then we take this road over here. But we're getting to progress, chat. I promise. We're gonna get at least a thing done tonight, probably, maybe. I don't know. We got some stuff done, but I'd like to get most origin characters in the party before this gets too out of hand. So, quickly reposition yourself before the cutscene starts.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second! What's going on? Goblins are on our tail! Open the gate, Zevlor, now! You let goblins here?
Kai, we got Withers, and that's like the most important thing.
Please! There's no time!
2 more levels and we'll go get the owlbear, I promise. Which is one of the things I have to do. I have to do that.
Hells. Open the gate!
Maybe 1 more level, I don't know. We at least need to go get Will and Karlach. He died in a cutscene. We couldn't do anything about it, chat. And it's all this dickhead's fault.
Shit! Form a line!
So Eridan's like a shithead.
Damnable roach!
Oh man! Guys, look, it's the actual main character.
And suffer its sting. Get to the high ground!
Legitimately, Will is coded to be the protagonist of this game, were it not a game where you make your own character. Because so much of his story is like... Autumn, what goes on? So we're introducing... we're doing the fight that introduces Will, and we're gonna enter the Druid Grove.
On the move.
And we're gonna have this fun little fight where we hit a bunch of goblins, or miss, because that's what Shadowheart is hard-coded to do, minimum 3 times a fight.
I am fury.
God damn it. Death to you, and... Okay. There we go.
Step quick.
Neither of them are actually close enough to count for sneak attacks, so we're gonna hide, which most people can't see him, and... Alright, the Booyog's a little too far. The Brawler is... Yeah, let's take him out. That was a good one. That was a crit. Well, let's look at the damage dice on that. Sneak attack ranged. That was a crit. So, got 6 and 9 and an additional 7. That's not bad. It's not bad for level 2.
is ever easy.
We're gonna be a blade bard. Let's stab things. Oh no. The most annoying thing that could have happened. The entire party was hit by a grease spell and is flat on their ass. NPC Will is so annoying because he doesn't... He could have done that Arms of Hadar and hit 3 enemies right there, but he just didn't. Just didn't do it. Just wasted it on a single fucking goblin. Okay, so we can try to stab him again. So we're going to. Sick. Work. And we're gonna go over here so that they have disadvantage on ranged attacks, which is what they are probably going to do. Now we can avoid the dex check for the grease if we jump out of it. But they used all of our movement. Good at the warg. Although there's a chance to actually kill the booty hog. There we go. Perfect. Good shit, Shadowheart. Wow, that prone and have, that's nuts. So we're gonna do the stupid thing with Lae'zel. So one of the things you get as a Githyanki is the ability to jump farther than other people. No, I don't know why. I don't know I think the lore logic of it is they are psionically enhancing their physical potential. Okay, that puts her in a good place. You eventually get the spell. Well, you get the ability Enhanced Leap, which is just the jump spell, but you can perform it as an action and it's not a spell. And that gives us a good shot to line up on the bugbear. Eat shit. That's enough One Piece. I was wondering, like, which ace are we talking about on him? But yeah, that ace. Wait until you get to the, well, Autumn, where are you in One Piece? I don't want to give anything away. You know, Will, if you waited to use that potion, I could have taken it from you. And so really, you using that potion that you had in your inventory is like stealing from me personally. And I take offense to that. No, I mentioned earlier, Will is hard-coded enough as the protagonist of the goddamn story. Like, as he is the quintessential, like, the DM's dream of, like, cooperative player. His backstory ingratiates him into the plot, because one of the main side stories we deal with is trying to find Will's dad, Archduke Ragavengard, because he gets kidnapped. Who happens to be the leader of the Flaming Fist, who happened to be a thing in Baldur's Gate. And that makes them important for some reason. They're all a bunch of bumbling dickheads, but it's like, oh hey, they will eventually help us. They're still a bunch of bumbling dickheads. I can push him as a bonus action. Fuck off, guy. Yeah, there we go.
Make way.
I just wanted to push him.
Let's have some courage. With finesse.
He is a Pact of the Blade warlock whose backstory is like, I am doing this to give the DM so much so much to work with. It's like the most glorious thing you could do for a DM is give a warlock who's melee focused, who has an integrated backstory. We could flourish and kill. Yeah, fuck him. Right, flourish is non-lethal. It's weird because he's only knocked out, so the fact that we took his teeth out, it's a little more fucked up. Because ward teeth are a spell or an alchemical component that you can use later on. Okay. We might get through this with all of Eridan's party not dying. There's a solid chance. Although, Barth over here has a really, he really wants to die. He really wants to die, it seems. Fuck, 1 HP, get out of here. He's wearing heavy armor, so there's a good chance he'll fail this. Nice.
That was the last of them. Inside!
On 493.
Open the gate!
Where is that, like, arc-wise? Did you just finish the, Whitebeard's War arc, or... Is that... That's post-Water 7. Yeah, that has to be post-Water 7. Oh no, this warg is still alive. I'm sorry. But you're evil. And we hurt you, and we ripped your teeth out. Really, we're doing you a favor, guy. So we're gonna, again, play the game of pick up all the trash. Pick up all the trash. The trash is all ours, and we're gonna sell it to people who do not know the value of money, because they will give you a piece of gold for a pot lid. It's the Luffy, Sabo, Ace flashback stuff. Wow, that's a lot earlier than I thought it was. Oh, hey, look, it's give it to Astarion. It's the good stuff for Astarion.
More goblins.
Yeah, it's a good time. I also miss Ace. Ace was he was the real JoJo of One Piece. Like, what does that statement even mean? No, but Ace was really good, and if you're in the Sabo flashback arc, I will not comment. But keep that feeling you have in mind, because if you miss Ace, so does everyone else. One goblin is 10. I'm leaving before the horde shows up. But as a bard, what's unbelievable is how we beat the goblins. You're both heroes. So you don't get the ability to make them both, like, to blow them both on their egos. So the other options are like side with somebody or side with a different somebody. Oh, fuck off. Missed it by 1. I have an inspiration. We're just gonna roll again. Because I forgot to save to cheat this one. Not that it's that important, but it helps. Great, Depression, here I come. Yeah. But the depression has payoff.
Show some respect. This woman saved your pathetic life.
Well, I didn't ask for any goddamn help.
Please, you were begging me to open the gate. Anything to save yourself, you coward.
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
So the regular way to go about this is you can either knock someone out, or tell them both to shut the fuck up. More violence won't bring back those you lost. Stop and think. You're really gonna take my inspiration this early? Really, game? Come on. I'm a bard. Let me be a bard. There we go.
You're right. There's too much at stake.
So I don't know. The Sabo arc is that after?
Squabbling is pointless.
Or the Sabo flashback? Is that before or after the island where Law joins the gang for a little bit?
I'm more worried about this parasite than a few goblins. We need a healer.
So there are a couple of things we have to do, and then the order in which we do them will matter. So what we're going to do is split the party. Because I'm trying to avoid dumb bullshit. These two are going to go stand over here. Well, it's Luffy's backstory. Yeah, I mean, it introduces Sabo, and it gives a lot of detail, like a crazy amount of detail on Luffy stuff. So we're gonna ignore that going on over there. We're gonna have these two go and talk to
Forgive that display.
Zevlor.
Aradin's a blowhard, but that's no cause for me to join
So
him.
the secret here, Chad, is that you can force the party to be out of earshot and then ignore instances
Well met.
where you will gain disapproval
Visitors
regardless of what your
are
answer
no
is.
longer welcome in this grove.
And shockingly, the Gith friend and our vindictive vampire don't like you being nice to people. I have no quarrel with the druids.
There have been several attacks by different monsters.
Yeah, like, I don't remember where the flashback takes place. Like, are they at Dressrosa yet,
They've
or...
started a ritual to cut the grove off from the
I could just look it up, but...
We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters.
The ritual, is there no way to convince the druids to stop it?
I've tried. Korga,
Also, because Shadowheart is a cleric of Shar, she also will have random instances where, because she's a cleric, she thinks you doing the nice thing is nice. Because she's a cleric of Shar, she thinks you doing the nice thing is pedantic and worthless and defies the will of her goddess.
If nothing else.
I'll see what I can do.
Let's not forget why we're here. No point in wasting precious time on a...
We'd owe you a great debt. You'll find...
Okay. See, now, if Lae'zel and Asterion were in the party, and by in the party I mean, like, physically close here, they would both have disapproved of my willingness to help Zevlor, which is stupid. Oh man, are we like 2 points off of... I gotta see in the experience where we are. 19 points from fucking level up, guys. Fuck. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoder preset. I'm gonna ignore that and hope everything's fine. And then the most important spell of early game. Prayer of Healing. Let's correct the order here. So we want Bane and Prayer of Healing. We haven't fixed what kind of cleric Shar, or what kind of cleric Shadowheart is yet. We will. And I usually always go Battlemaster. Eldritch Knight is interesting, but because you're capped at level 12, you don't really get to see the most interesting aspects of that, although... So... the reason we want to recruit Will is because we want to exploit things. Or, Autumn, just say what the most recent big fight is, or what the most recent setting is, and I think I'll know where you are. The reason we want to recruit Will at all is because he's a part of the party and he's important to the story. But more importantly, mechanically, he is a... he's supposed to be Pact of the Blade. You can play him as Pact of the Tome or Pact of the Chain, but it gets really weird. Oh man, amazing. A bot? That usually doesn't happen to me. I'm not even a fucking affiliate. Cool. Thank you for fucking off. I appreciate that. It's a shame. I could have used the extra viewer. Anyway, there are two types of subclasses. I don't need the fucking bots spamming here. No shady links for my chat. Damn you. So there are two subclasses in this game that have bound weapons. Eldritch Knights have bound weapons, and Pact of the Blade Warlocks have bound weapons. And bound weapons are interesting because they cannot be removed from the user's inventory. In actual D&D, I think that means that like you cannot be forced to drop your weapon, or you cannot have your weapon taken from you. Like you can call it back at any given time. What that means in this game is that there is a bug to exploit because it cannot be removed from your inventory. We could have Lazalgo Eldritch Knight. We could. The problem is she's not really built for it, and it kind of sucks. Because, like, what are we gonna have her do? We don't have Booming Blade in this game, which is really annoying. It's the best cantrip to have as a... so the terminology, Gish, is for spell swords, essentially. Usually your Pact of the Blade Warlocks, or your Hexblade Warlocks, or your Blade Singer Wizards, and your Eldritch Knights. They're all Gish. Where they can do melee, but they can also infuse spells, and it's a big mess depending on how it's built. There aren't a lot of melee spell attacks in this game. Shocking Grasp has a secondary thing. My head hurts suddenly. Oh no, Autumn, drink some water. Minor dehydration stalks us all. So if Booming Blade was in this game, which maybe they'll add it, I don't know, it would be really great to have an Eldritch Knight. But like the spells that you can cast as an Eldritch Knight, I think they cap at like 5th level spells. And none of them are really good enough to not have a dedicated caster. Lae'zel just works better as a Battlemaster. Champion is kind of not very good in this game because the whole thing with Champion is that it increases the range by which you can succeed in a critical hit. Critical hits, by the way, critical successes, are when you roll a d20 and you get a 20 on the die. That means regardless of how difficult the thing was, you succeed. A d20, a natural 20 will always hit if it's an attack. It will usually always succeed if it's an ability check. Saving throws have no rules regarding natural 20s. The number is the number. There are items that you can equip that do this as well. So the improved critical hit spectrum is... like, if you want to go real crazy and have a champion, maybe take a couple levels in Rogue, there's a... like, you can crit on a 14 in this game. It's not worth it. A fighter crit is not worth what a rogue crit is, because sneak attack is another set of dice that get doubled. Battlemaster gives you battle maneuvers and superiority dice, and these are cool, because it's like, oh hey, I attack in such a way that this happens, like a trip attack. You get extra damage, you can knock your enemies prone. That's useful. Menacing attack, you are savage, so you make your enemies frightened. That's a status effect that's super, super useful. You can goad people into attacking only you, or you can push people. All of these, very useful. Riposte, usually very useful. How long is Bleach? Ooh, never mind. You know, Autumn, it's an interesting question, because if you remove all the filler, Bleach is about 8 seasons long. Before the 1,000-Year Blood War return. And if that sounds way too short compared to how many seasons have been put out, you'd be right. There's a lot of filler. It's unfortunate. So, if we take... I know menacing is probably our best bet early on. Pushing attack would be funny, but I think either sweeping or trip attack. Yeah, I think sweeping's our best bet. Villains in anime are pretty. What's going on? It's also recurring in D&D. A villain is only... a villain is an anti-villain if they're also pretty. That's the difference between... or it's an anti-hero, not a villain, if they're pretty enough. Oh, and level 3 is where Lae'zel gets jump. I really gotta fix her stats. This is a problem. This is a problem. But yeah, we're gonna go Battlemaster because I always go Battlemaster. It's just useful. It's really hard to justify going any other direction with Lae'zel. So there's a couple of things that are very unique in the Druid Grove. There's an interaction that completely changes depending on what direction you approach it from. Also, Canon is the only canonically dead fucking tiefling.
Go find a healer!
Do not embarrass yourself. He is gone.
Lae'zel's a little bit of a bitch early on. A little bit. We haven't had a chance to fix her yet. I'm sorry it's happened so fast.
Someone's going to pay for this.
Arca, no, wait!
Bro, chill.
What are you doing?
So, this interaction is important for one of the things that we have to do. But, we also did just get that thing that lets us speak to dead.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Who are you?
Cannon.
What happened?
Killed. Arrow. Can't breathe.
That's awful. What were you... where do you keep your valuables?
Take much in.
Okay.
Bedroll.
What were you doing in your guild?
Guarding.
Yeah, okay.
Gate.
Where are you from?
We from Elturel left.
So this was way more interesting.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
When the early access launched, because this was not too long after the release of Baldur's Gate, Descent into Avernus, which is probably the most popular of the D&D 5e campaign settings. We can just go and steal Canon's shit because it's worth having. And also they're too busy looking at his dead body. So the fact that these guys are refugees from Elturel, which is a city that was literally dragged to hell, gives a very specific time frame as to when the events of Baldur's Gate 3 are actually happening. Because the fall of Elturel is an event that happens in Baldur's Gate, or in Descent into Avernus. Also, fun fact, if we did the roundabout and we came about from the backside, he would have already had killed this person. Isn't that fun? I did finish, given it was a cute watch. I'm going to watch Inuyasha next. Oh, okay. Inuyasha's a good one. Classic.
Fight down. Beating thee would soil my hands.
There we go.
This will do nicely.
Let's have someone actually get within range of him.
My path be true.
I missed this.
Fuck me.
Just like old times.
Need to stay focused. On I go.
Alright, I think we really do need to go back to camp and talk with Withers about his ability to reshape our fates and make us better than what the standard baseline classes are. Shit, crit on a stab. That's fun. That's not fun. He did 18 damage. Holy shit.
Get up and kill something.
Holy fucking shitballs. That wasn't what I had planned for. Yeah, how about you take a critical hit? Random guy. Random assassin. Hashtag assassin. Let me get all this shit out of my inventory. Send it to Lae'zel because she's big in storing. She's very strong. She is the strongest right now. And then we can talk to Deer.
You have good timing. Never been much of a fighter, so wrestling a bugbear would have gone poorly. But you're not here for heroics, are you? Avernus's stench is all over your skin. Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it, fair and square.
I've been to Avernus, but I'm no devil's servant.
But you're not from Elturel either. I can tell. Care to explain why you reek of the hells?
Let me just tell you the truth, actually. Fuck off, I got a critical fail. I had advantage. I rolled 2 natural ones.
Sure. Look, I appreciate you
Oh man, that's garbage.
would have been so
Oh, that sucks. Okay, well, I don't really give a fuck about soul coins. I've never been short of soul coins in this game. They have one fucking use. Alright, chat, here's where the shit gets real. Here's where the things are crazy, and the world becomes our oyster. Firstly, we're going to take Hold Person because it's the most broken spell in the game when it works. Also, we're Zariel Tiefling, so we get Searing Smite, which is actually really good for us. Normally, I would take College of Lore. Lore bards are busted always, because they get free shit and they get to steal spells from other spell lists. However, the other thing that that is happening right now is that we get a couple of expertise. And I'm going to switch from performance to persuasion, which is only a difference of 2 points, but we are trying to persuade much more than we were trying to perform. Like, all the time. I've got to get overdue library books. Well, like, you know, Autumn, you have to return library books that are overdue, or you have to go get more books for thing. Words. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just get a bunch of fucking skills for free as a bard. I've got more overdue. You know what? Sometimes you just gotta let the library know that, you know, that it's a thing. You gotta do what you gotta do. You need to read these books, and going back and doing the return rent process is not good enough. I think this is an okay stat alignment. I'm not gonna go crazy about it. So we are going Swords Bard. So, chat, what is a bard in D&D? Their key thing, their big class thing, no matter what kind of bard you are, you get this thing called bardic inspiration, which means that through some musical or auditory or other means, you're very cool and you inspire your companions to be better. So you have a certain number of dice that you can use to let them do thing better. We talked about this. Swords bards are like, yeah, but what if I can just make myself better? And the thing that you are to be better at is stabbing things. So you get, instead of using your bardic inspirations to inspire, you get your bardic inspirations to fucking be able to slash people more. Like Flourish, you attack up to 2 enemies at once. Defensive Flourish, you increase your armor class by 4 if you get hit. You do it with a ranged thing. You could be a swords bard with a bow. I already renewed 3 times and I don't have much time to read with school. Yeah, no, that's the worst part of my current class lineup is, like, I wanted to get, like, 2 or 3 more books read before the end of the year, and that's not happening. Like, I can try, but the pleasure reading takes backseat to the occasional stream, and also the work I have to do. It's a matter of picking. But yeah, so we also got a fighting style, which we're gonna pick dueling because we're not stupid. Dueling gives you an additional 2 damage with the weapon, and you can carry a shield with your free hand and still gain the bonus. You can hit with thing that is better. You get more damage. It's more consistent. It's better. Your baseline of damage is increased. It is just better. We don't need to replace any spells because all of our spells are good. Also, I didn't even go into the tail mechanics. I do like the tail we have. It's very good. The only downside is that there's not a tail slider. You just have like what kind of tail, like what the end of your tail is. We should have a tail thickness slider. I'm just saying. Canonical Nyx, much thicker. Anyway, so this is what we're here for, chat. We're here to be able to charm the pants off of literally anybody, sometimes literally, and to stab things really good and let our party deal with their shit on their own. Whoever's in line for holds, you're gonna have to wait. You know what? Fair the fuck enough. It's in your hands. What are they gonna do? Complain? Probably. So in tabletop D&D, thief, very situational, very dependent on what kind of campaign you're doing. In Baldur's Gate, the fact that you get a second fucking bonus action just for free completely changes the game as fucking rogue. Just, it's better. You just have the bonus action economy as a rogue is so fucking much better when you have 2 bonus actions. The limitation of 1 bonus action per round is a lot. With this, there's a lot of other shit that we can do. Like if we apply a spell that it takes a bonus action for more damage, we do that for free and we still get our shot in. We can still hide to get a sneak attack advantage. Arcane Trickster is interesting. I think canonically, Astarion is an Arcane Trickster. I've never played him as an Arcane Trickster. It is always either Thief or Assassin. And Assassin's really cool in this game. If you go before someone and you hit them, any hit is a crit. And you get a free restoration of your bonus action if you hit someone out of combat. But we're going Thief because it's just more versatile.
Looking ahead.
So we're going to go and do 2 things. We're not going to go this way yet.
But let's at least see if there's a healer to be found, first of all.
Oh, right. We entered a place. We got to hear what our party has to say about it. I have gotten used to missing out on a lot of that dialogue because it's just like, oh no, I need to go do the next thing. I don't want to hear everyone's fucking commentary. I do, but I don't.
Yankee has held a sword by age 6
Kaya.
and claims their first kill by
My shelf of
age
books
10.
staring at me buying another one. Dude, Kaya, I cannot fucking tell you. There's an entire shelf to my immediate right. Okay, yeah, let's do Counterbreaker.
I expect I am your first.
Racism. I know of Githyanki, but I've never met him.
Of course you haven't. You are no less alien to me than I am to you. I know of your kind.
I have a
but
lot
do
of
not
books I
often
should
encounter
probably
them.
read, but I
That
just spent a lot of money
large
on more
nose of
books.
yours looks like a mistake.
As if your upturned bat snout is any better.
Is an opinion, but mine is certainly more economical, disciplined, dignified.
Basil. Do you know how much about Mind
I
Flayers?
understand much beyond your comprehension. More to the point, I know the cure for our condition.
Okay, there's
It's a
another
perfectly
shelf on the
located
left that has
crash.
even more
You
books.
do well
I'm
to
not even
observe
thinking
more
about that one.
and question less.
But that was one thing I did take advantage of during Black Friday. There were a bunch of Kindle books on sale. So I was given a gift card earlier in the month, and I used most of it on books. You know what happens if we don't find a cure?
Yes, in great detail. It starts with a fever and memory loss. Then you start to hallucinate. Your hair falls out, and you bleed from every orifice.
Your bones will change form. Your jaw will split to allow room for 4 great tentacles.
I like reading
All
books.
skin will turn to gore.
More books to have,
shed
more
to reveal new flesh
reasons to
underneath.
exist.
Then you have ceased to exist, and a mind flayer is born.
That's not going to happen. We will find a cure.
Words forged in steel. May your actions express the same metal.
If you are as
We must
hardcore a
find my
bitch as
kind and be
Lae'zel,
rid
she
of the
respects you.
parasite. It's as simple as that.
The first symptoms should have long since started, though. That is what puzzles me.
There's, I honestly, all in all, I probably only spent like $20 on ebooks, but again, these are like things are going for like $2 or less. There's a lot of stuff I want to read that I haven't gotten yet that is new enough that it's not going to be in the library anytime soon, and that's frustrating to me.
Yes, if you give it no further thought.
Because I also don't like
But
spending
anomalies
full
lead to surprises.
dollar
Bad
on ebooks. Because as much as I want to support
what hasn't
authors,
happened may yet
as
come to
much
pass.
of a hypocrite as I would be to not support authors, I don't want to spend $26 on like a 400 fucking page thing that I'm gonna read in a week and a half. You know? Anytime I pay attention, it's something crazy. Blood out of every orifice. What? Yeah. So we don't want to turn into the squid people, Kaya. It's not a fun process. We go bald. That's the worst part, honestly. I'm gonna use, or you know what? We're gonna use one of Shadowheart's skill slots to heal us, because we're out of combat.
Don't give up now.
But yeah, now I have flourishes, and flourishes are sick. Look at all these fucking actions I have, it's crazy. I am going to rearrange this a little bit. So I like to keep class unique actions at the forefront, but this will also affect like what spells are on display. So we're going to just move these so that all of the bow aspects are in the same space and all the sword aspects are connected. So we have flourish, defensive flourish, mobile flourish, and slashing flourish for swords, and then for bows. I don't know how you slash the bow, but I'm not a bard. It's a shame we didn't we double crit failed that fucking roll for Nadira, because that's a free soul coin that we just don't get now.
Swift as my feet can
Which is
carry me.
unfortunate. We're gonna look in this telescope real quick.
You peer through the telescope.
Oh man, it's a Durgan. Very blurry though. So real, I finished 500 page book in a day. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the context of when I'm reading and what I'm reading. There was a book I read earlier this year where straight up I was at a shift at work and it was so slow that I was able to just pull the fucking book out and read, and I stood in my job and I fucking just read that book, and over the course of 9 hours I read 380 pages. And that's not me, like, you know, hoity-toity, whatever the fuck. Like, look at me, I can read. But it was just like, I was that, it wasn't even that great a book, but I was just so engrossed with it, especially because of how fucking boring my day was.
Like a bird of prey.
And I actually was able to fucking do it, which is just more of a... The dragon went to the left, so let's move the telescope to the left.
The telescope points to the left.
It's more of a claim as to how bad that day was. Because I didn't even have to pretend to care.
Ahead.
And then move it to the right again. Or, yes, to the right again.
The telescope points to the right.
I have not had a day like that since then, so... but if you would, if you guys have a liking to the strange and awful, firstly, I feel like there are a couple of books that are like prerequisites to read that are not by the same author, that are not even from the same era of the written word. But if you like the Cthulhu mythos, and you have gone so far as to read Robert Chambers' The King in Yellow, which in and of itself is just kind of a weird book to read. The mythos of the King in Yellow is super fucking interesting. It's a really well done concept, but like the core of what it is, like Carcosa as a location, is actually a borrowed thing. The Cthulhu, the big squid dragon. You can buy a plushie of him at Hot Topic.
Sounds like a good talk.
You know, H.P. Lovecraft. Everybody's favorite horrendous racist.
The kin.
The Cthulhu mythos is where we get the concept of, like, the first concept of, like, cosmic horror.
Can we all just take a moment, please?
And
What's the point of
there have been a lot of better
We should stay.
implementations of cosmic horror since then. Something that's more socially aware and is just better because of the people who made it. Old Gods of Appalachia is a horror anthology podcast that I would just fucking recommend. It's a great fucking listen if you're the kind of person who can listen to audiobooks while you're doing if you're here, you could probably listen to stuff while you're doing other stuff. Old Gods is great. Steve Shell is an amazing writer, and so is Cam Collins. And they, like, a podcast so good that Yuri Lowenthal involved himself and became one of its best characters. There's my full fucking recommendation. So as a tiefling, we can yell at these people. Have you forgotten El Terrell? We should stand by our people. No one else will.
This isn't El Terrell, and I'm not responsible for every damn tiefling in the world.
Just be responsible for yourself then. We have to stay. It's the right thing to do.
Sir. Fine. We'll stay. If we survive, it'll make for a good story, I suppose.
Thank you, Roland.
So there are certain checks that, like, because you have a background or you have a class, that they will just auto-succeed. Roland will listen to you because you're a tiefling and you understand the perspective of where he's coming from.
This is no fortress and we're no warriors.
And now we get to talk to Will.
Go on. Give me a best shot. Not bad. Again.
So I have some opinions about Will. He's meant to be the protagonist.
Umi, I don't need you to
He
be
is a
like
flawed
me.
character, and that
You
makes
just
him
have
more
to buy enough
complex.
time to run.
He is
Come on.
interesting.
I believe in you.
As a companion,
You can do
he is
this.
annoying as fuck, because his moral compass is all the fuck over the place. And that makes sense, because he's a pact of the Blade warlock of the Infernal Pact. He made a deal with the devil. So yeah, his fucking moral compass is going to be maybe a little skewed, but he is the biggest paladin good boy in every social interaction, and then immediately turns around and chides you for not taking the opportunity of power. And it's really appropriate for his character. It doesn't stop it from being annoying. I do, however, think that his effect on saving Karlach, should you choose to pursue her as a romantic companion, is probably canonically the best for them. Because we'll get to it later, but what Will does, him ending up in Avernus is probably good for him. Hey. Or, it's good advice, child. You'll do well to listen.
You're on the right path, Umi.
I
Go
would
on
know.
now.
I'm a swords
Practice
bard.
what you've learned. Well met. The Blade of Frontiers at your...
The man's smile bends downward. And his thoughts.
But yeah, Cthulhu mythos.
You are the blade
Great.
of frontiers,
Like
racing
Dagon
through the
and
wastes of Avernus.
the black goat, whose actual name I'm not, or the mother goat, whose name I'm not going to say out loud because it's bad. And Cthulhu, and the ideal of what we think of as the Leviathan when we think of the Leviathan.
You were on the ship.
All of these are products of the Cthulhu mythos. There are a lot of weird tag-alongs that like just got folded into the Cthulhu mythos. Like again, Robert W. Chambers. I really hope I'm remembering that is the author who penned The King in Yellow. Like he wrote of The King in Yellow and of Carcosa, and the actual name of the King in Yellow is escaping me right now, but that just got folded into the Cthulhu mythos because it just fit. There are a couple of others. The extended Cthulhu mythos that has gone like way past Lovecraft's like lifespan. The things that have been considered part of it, or like what is a potential canonical sequel or edition, are very contentious to even discuss. But the core of the problem is cosmic horror is great. The idea that there is something so vastly outside of our realm of perspective that it shatters our mind to perceive it is an amazing concept to apply to like a weird 1920s noir space. So read The King in Yellow because it's good reading. It's weird reading, but the stories are like interesting. Connor podcast when I have the spoons and or money to do so. But yeah, so if you read The King in Yellow, you can then appreciate everything that is said in that book that I read almost completely within a day, which is called Sister Maiden Monster. It is not a good book. For what it is, it's great. It's a vibe and a time. But they're like The King in Yellow is mandatory reading. Like half the book doesn't make sense if you don't understand the references being made, and it's a little, snob nosy because of that. But the rest of it's very fun. And that would be Connor's book recommendation of the year, because a lot of the other shit I read is just trash or classics that don't need my recommendation. Yes, and we both carry parasites.
Doomed to shed
so you can do it for free on Spotify for free. Please download it free.
But we haven't.
I mean, me and Beyond have been discussing some ideas. Maybe if either of us actually commits, we will do just that.
A threat to the living. Evil in
maybe Spotify, maybe a format that will not rake us over the coals.
Advocatus Diaboli.
We'll see what we can do. Advocatus Diaboli. The fact that we did not get that history checked. You know what? If he's not in here, you should get Beyond in here now. Where did he go? He was here earlier. Who is she?
Her name is Karlach, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill.
Also, since Nyx didn't get it, Advocatus Diaboli, the devil's advocate.
But the damned Illithids infected me before I could end her. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing
Just
but a
summon
trail
him
of
by
corpses.
screaming in my chat. I'm there for it. It's fine. But yeah, it's an idea we've been bouncing back and forth. And I have more than zero experience with Adobe Audition now, so we probably could, and we can probably make it not sound like shit. We'll join verses. I'll let you cast this devil back into the hills.
I'm up for the challenge. You've just
Lae'zel
got
can
to make a
shut the
little
fuck up right
space.
now. In fact, Lae'zel will leave.
I shall wait in our camp.
Which is problematic because there's an immediate interaction that we need Lae'zel in our party for.
The famous Blade of Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Hero, Blade. Name strangers gave me. My friends call me Will.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you.
Oh my. This is going to be a fun journey.
The elves are catty, and I like them for that. That's good. It's good for them. I appreciate it in them. You know what, OBS? Why not just apply the faster encoding instead of telling me how bad the encoding is? If there's an option there, fucking do it. Alright, so Will's a warlock, so we really do need to we need to buff the shit out of Eldritch Blast. It's kind of required. He's also a devil warlock, so Devil Sight's really important. Not just for that, but because so if you guys ever want to play D&D, there's a really easy as hell combo at level 2. Where if you're playing a Warlock and you're playing a Pact of the Blade Warlock and you get your first Eldritch Invocation, you take Devil's Sight. Because Devil's Sight allows you to see in darkness. If you're playing a human who doesn't normally have dark vision, that's great. But the more important thing is that Devil's Sight allows you to see through magical darkness. Which will allow you to blind enemies by using one of your 2 spell slots to, or I think it's still just 1 spell slot at that point. You use your 1 spell slot to cast darkness. The enemies can't see because they don't have Devil's Sight unless they're devils. You walk up to them and you can attack them. Now because they're blinded, you attack at advantage. Because they are blinded, they attack you at disadvantage, which means they're less likely to hit you, which means they're less likely to break your concentration. Ah, Beyond, you have been invoked. What up? You know, Will's stats aren't too terrible. They're not too awful. Was it a ranked match? Okay. Kai is telling us that we actually need to commit to that podcast idea. The other broken spell for Will is well, we do need to give him darkness first, but Hold Person is the one we need to actually take. So, here's a fun little thing, you guys. Pact Boon, Pact of the Blade, and Baldur's Gate 3 is a smidge broken. Because you can do a thing that I'm going to show you with it. So as a Pact of the Blade Warlock, you can make any weapon your Pact weapon. Like, let's say... is a Goblin Scimitar worth more than a Rapier? It is not. So we're going to just put a dagger into Will's inventory. Will is going to cast Bind Pact Weapon. So even though technically it was before, the rapier in Will's hand is now his it is his pact weapon. So it cannot be removed from his inventory. Let's say hypothetically we walk up to this guy and we're like, "Hey, are you really being a racist? What about the people?
Will be safe.
Region's overrun by monsters that won't survive, yada yada yada. I'm looking for a healer.
Nettie could put you to rights.
I'm playing as Will right now because I had him selected. So this is a traitor. So here's a fun little interaction. This rapier is Will's pact weapon. Pact weapon permanent, you can see it right there. So all you have to do is go over here and put a dagger on the offering board. So if you try to take this and put it here, doesn't work. Because it's bound to him. Unless you're replacing it with another weapon. Now it's here. And it won't leave the inventory. They thought they patched this out. In fact, I'm pretty sure they did patch it out. But they didn't patch it out good enough. Hey guys, remember all those streams where I was bitching about how long it was taking? How long it was taking for me to finish honor mode? It's because I was playing as Will. So this rapier has a value of 31 gold. By giving this guy free stuff, his happiness with us, his attitude, increases. The better his attitude, the closer to an item's actual value he will give us. We are donating a thing that he values at 26 gold. It never leaves our inventory. So that's free. So we can balance the offer, and now he's giving us the actual value of the thing, which is 33 gold. But it never leaves our inventory, because it's bound to us. We now have all his gold. We are now going to take all unique weapons and all usable items out of his inventory. Oh, 670 gold or 40 gold? That's like all of our gold at this point in the game. Except no, it's not. Cause gimme. And we'll take that, and we'll take that. And these are spell scrolls. These are usable items that can cast a spell once. So, motherfucker, do I actually not have enough gold? So if you make bad offers, their happiness will go down. But as long as we have the irremovable sword in our trade inventory, we can just fix that. We can just fix it. And now he loves us. He loves Will. He cannot get enough of Will. Will is awesome. Guys, Will is the best. Guys, Will is the best. God damn it. What is going on? I know I have more than 216 gold. I don't have more than 216 gold. I lied to you. So this is the part of the process that's really fucking annoying. Is that I don't have any weapons that are worth anything. So I have to keep clicking these fucking buttons and looking at my poor mouse as I approach its maximum usage warranty within the lifetime. I have exceeded the warranty limit, but they're like, yeah, this mouse is good for like 100,000 clicks. I'm pretty sure I'm like halfway there. So there's a really fun way to do this in-game. In person, your DM will usually let you get away with this kind of shit once, and then completely fuck you up. But let's say you're in a party and you're traveling from place to place, and you meet a guy and he's a trader and he's willing to trade thing. So the bound pact weapon, if you give it to him, he'll look at it. Oh, it's magical. It's worth money. I'll give you this much for it. Okay, cool. Here's the sword. And then you walk away, and then you bamf it back to your hand like a keyblade, and then you run away. Yeah, so this is how you beat Baldur's Gate 3. Nope. Okay. So these are scrolls of revivification. So if our character dies, we can just revive them. And we're all level 3, so Shatter and Vampiric Touch are all like completely passable, and the Ring of Fling, that's a good accessory ring. You know, I think Will uses padded armor. We can give him that. What about... Okay, we have given him too much. We have taken too much. We don't have much gold to work with, so we need to shut up and actually pay for things. And then retrieve the money. So, Autumn, currently, what's actually happening is because this is our bound pact weapon, it can't leave our inventory. And because we put an item into our trade inventory screen, and then we forcibly swapped places by dropping the dagger on the primary weapon slot, it forces our bound pact rapier, which is not supposed to be removable from our inventory, to appear on the trade menu. but it can't be removed from our inventory. But it's worth 33 gold, and we exchanged it, obviously, but it can't be removed from our inventory. But we exchanged gold for it, so here's the 33 gold that's worth. Oh man, I traded, you can't leave your inventory, huh? That's crazy. Here's 33 gold. And the craziest thing is they're happy about it. If you like the sound of coin clink, this is ASMR. If you don't like the sound of coin clink, I'm sorry, there are only 2 more traders in this area to remove all of the inventory items from. Oh, and we have dyes. We should probably buy this. That's Hedge Wanderer. That's actually worth something. That's actually worth something. I have enough gold to do that. Hey guys, remember that 150-hour save? I'm gonna say maybe 10 hours was in inventory menus, because there's a fun little spot in Act 3 that sells spell scrolls for all of the highest level spells in the game, and it resets every time you level up or do a long rest. Now remember, I'm not doing this. Will's doing it. Let's see, what else does he have? He has camp supplies, which are kind of worth it. But we don't need these basic +1 armors. We will replace them immediately. They're not worth having, and most of our party cannot wear anything medium armor or heavier. So you just end this by making it very simply, swap it back, and then you exit.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
He's very happy about his interaction with us. Isn't that grand? And then we just have all this shit. And you know what? Stealing spell scrolls as a warlock, that fucking tracks. There's nothing more important than having spell scrolls. Now, Asterian's going to be our default archer. It's good for him to have those. We're just going to give those to him. And no one in the party can use them. Can I use that? Okay, so I'm not proficient with two-handed bows. That sucks, because Spell Thief is really interesting. It's a standard-ass longbow that, or I think it's a +1 longbow. Once per short rest, you can regain a first level spell slot when you land a critical hit with the bow. So if, early game, if you're playing Asterian as an Arcane Trickster, that thing's sick. It also used to be, just in general, not once per short rest. Or I'm misremembering it. It's a question. Shadowheart should be able to use it after we finagle with her current alignment. Not alignment. When we mess with her stuff. So these are another fun thing. These are the Gloves of Missile Snaring. This is a monk subclass feat that we just get. Because why not? And Gale uses sticks. We'll send that to him. And we'll give our Thief all the Thief tools. And we'll put the silly hat on him. Because while it looks ridiculous, we can hide it, and it does give a +1 to dexterity saving bonuses. So there is value there. But yeah, so remember all that trash we were picking up to sell to the schmucks? We don't need to do that now.
Well met. Is there anything you need?
Because they haven't patched it out again.
The rich, I know it's drastic, but we druids will be safe.
Casting out tieflings, original.
I don't want this to happen. I can do nothing but pray to Sylvanas in the hopes that he'll protect them.
Your prayers won't save them, but your voice might sway cogs.
You don't know Korga.
You're right, I don't. Give me your inventory.
Need anything else?
Again.
Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
So what we're actually gonna do is dump all this trash on this guy. He doesn't actually have enough gold to give us. We'll swap it for another hat. We just need all this shit out of our inventory. Because it's heavy. Very heavy. Nyx only has 8 strength. Can't go around carrying 6 sets of leather armor. That's fucking ridiculous. Who has the time? Why am I carrying this plate? Who is this pot lid for? It's for Aaron. It's specifically for him. I leave all my trash with him now. Take these plates. You don't need them. We're gonna use it to buy some dye. He doesn't have a lot of great dye. But he also doesn't have any money on him. So, we kinda gotta take what's left. And give us the dinky hat too. Take that, and take these glasses, and this shield, and more of this goblin garbage. Because that's what you guys like, right? You like goblins? And that is now a fair trade, basically. There we go. Gave him, we replaced some of his, he's gonna end the day with 1 gold. That's so generous of us.
Guide your path.
It's so generous of us, guys.
Best be on my way.
Anyway, we really do need to go and go to the camp and fix everyone.
Important matters to discuss.
Hello, Withers.
We meet again, as predicted. I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need of my services.
Not to be rude, but what are you?
There are many answers to that question. None are important.
Skeletons aren't supposed to be able to talk.
Correct.
Are you going to explain further?
No.
Right. You were sorting something before. What were you doing?
Beyond mortal realms, there doth exist an amalgamation of spirits akin to thine own, ensnared by the treacherous cult of the Absolute, felled in its name.
I think they're expecting us to be a little bit further before we go to camp for the first time.
Discontentment with their destiny. For a mere pittance of coin, I might summon the worthiest among them to lend aid to thy undertaking.
Impressive. Are there other ways? Why will these hirelings be joining me willingly?
Most willingly, forsooth. Their passions doth run deep for what hath been wrought upon them.
Do you think I can trust these cultists?
Suspicion always haunts the guilty mind. My services are all that I can proffer thee. What thou wilt do with them is for thee to undertake.
It's like, just shut up. Stop questioning things. Impressive. Are there other ways you can help us?
Should thou or any of thy compatriots perish, I will cleave soul to body once more.
So, in context, that's fucking crazy. So in D&D, there are several ways to revive a dead character. If you are in battle and a character falls to 0 hit points, they will roll a d20 3 times, or upon 3 successes or 3 failures, called death saving throws. If they throw 3 successes or a natural 20, they will be stabilized, knocked unconscious, and at 0 hit points. If they roll a natural 20, they will be revived at 1 hit point. If they roll 3 death failures, they are dead. In this state, you have 60 seconds from the turn that they die to cast a spell called Revivify, which requires, I believe, 100 diamond dust worth of spell components. It's either 100 or 300. And then they are revived with 1 HP in the middle of a fight that can result in them immediately going back down. After that, you have Raised Dead, which I believe the limitation is within the course of 1 week, a dead person can be resurrected. Any mortal wounds are restitched, healed. However, they will suffer from resurrection sickness. So for a number of days determined by dice rolls, they will have a negative debuff. Usually, if you're in the state to cast this spell, you have enough free time to be able to pass that relatively safely. From there are 2 options. There is Resurrection, which, and I think Raised Dead costs 500 500 gold diamond to cast. So a diamond worth 500 gold pieces. From there you have Resurrection, or if you're a druid, you have Reincarnation, both 7th level spells. This requires you to be level 13, 14, 15, possibly. So that is 1,000 gold worth of diamond dust, I believe. Yeah, I think Resurrection, they have to have died within a year. And again, any major wounds or missing appendages will be replaced. So if you lose a couple fingers or a hand, that will be regrown. You can, however, if you're not a traditional healer or cleric, cast Reincarnation, which doesn't have as hefty a spell component cost. However, you roll on a random D100 table to determine what your character's race and gender are as they reincarnate into a different person. The soul is the same, the body is different. As someone who only has a druid in our party, it has led to some complications. And then once you get to being able to cast 9th level spells, there is True Resurrection, which means that from the dust and air, you can revive a dead person so long as they were dead within the last 100 years and did not die of old age. This costs 10,000 gold worth of diamonds. It's either 10 or 20. It is an obscene number. Withers, because you don't have to physically carry the body of your companion to him to revive them, is doing a 9th level fucking True Resurrection every single time, and he's only charging you like 200 gold. It's a little nuts. It's incredibly powerful magic. Why is it so easy for you?
Because it is my calling. There is little else to explain.
You mentioned a cost. What is it?
A matter of coin.
This isn't even enough money for a regular like a full revivify. I don't think. Okay, I don't need that, and I don't have that gold right now. Can you help me change my class? I would like to talk about hirelings.
Very well.
I'd like to talk about something else. I am going to leave now. Thank you. Because I'm not going to accuse your cost of being ridiculous, because what you're doing is fucking nuts. So there are a couple of things that are here. You go to camp for the first time. If you have the special edition of the game, or if you pre-ordered or pre-purchased via early access, there will be a fun little Bewildering Adventures pack, which gives you some fucking food for free. These are camp supplies you need to consume at the end of your long rest to be able to do a long rest. And you get a couple of potions for free. These are incredibly useful. This item is the most broken thing in the game, and mandatory to carry on your main character at all times because you need it. There is also The peculiar clothing chest. This has a bunch of items that are a reference to Divinity Original Sin 2. This is fucking what's her name's knife, and the beast's hat, and somebody's loot, and I believe the Red Prince's cape. So we're gonna go into our inventory, and we're gonna put that fucking hat on our main character because we don't have anything better. We are now a pirate. It's fine. We have a violin. We're gonna use the lute, the Merryweather Band. We're also gonna get another instrument. It's gonna be pointless. I like giving Astarion the needle. It's not better than any other dagger, but it's fun. It's fun to have. I also like using this chest for character-specific items. So, like, I haven't had to replace anything yet. Also, I'm gonna give. Okay, the hat's a little ridiculous. I'm gonna put it on Will. I'm going to put it on Will. Thank you. Also, you can change your undergarments. You can get the special edition nighttime wear, which looks much better on a female character. For context. Awful. Okay. And shoes. So I like taking the original character stuff and putting it in the chest. This little pet peeve, not pet peeve honestly, but this activity of mine is the result of the biggest form of ludonarrative whiplash I've ever had from a game. When I played Dragon Age 2, and we're gonna give the Chandler's Trunks to Will. Because in that game, should you choose to play it in current year, which, why? But in that game, we're just going to take the brains out of our inventories because they are heavy and important later. We can leave all that trash in Lae'zel's inventory. So that is a standard cup. We can add. We can throw that away later. Need Karlach now. Agreed. We are going to get Karlach as soon as everybody is their proper subclass and has their good numbers. The good numbers are mandatory.
Ah, another. I shall be here in my camp for whenever. Be assured, it is not by choice.
You help me change my class. Because, I'm gonna be honest, Trickery Domain Cleric, there are some very famous examples of this being a good subclass. They are not in Baldur's Gate 3. We're talking about the actual game. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go into Shadowheart's thing. This is all good. This sucks. There are a couple different subclasses you can do. War Domain is really specific. It isn't as good in this game. Nature Domain's interesting, but at this point, play a goddamn fucking druid. Tempest Domain is really, really cool because the Wrath of the Storm Channel Divinity is really awesome, and in later levels you get a Channel Divinity that allows you to maximize your possible damage. So if you cast Lightning Bolt, you can just do like 64 fucking base damage. It's a little nuts. Light Domain, pretty good. Has, you know, there's some stuff there. Like Warding Flare is cool. Knowledge Domain's whatever. Life Domain is the game. Your Channel Divinity is free healing that resets on a short rest. This is the Cleric subclass. Also, we need to fix Shadowheart's ridiculous stat spread. Like, really, who determined this? We don't want her having negative modifiers. We don't need her to have charisma. She's not going to do any charisma-based stuff, but the number does affect her saving throw potential. And honestly, this is better. This is just better. It's a better spread. We have one floating point that we can just give to something. It doesn't matter. That is frustrating, though. There really aren't any good options here. We'll make her charisma a 9, because that's just as frustrating. Alternatively, we do that. There's no good answer here. Like, we could put a point in strength, it'll do nothing. Twitch just went crazy. Oh no. Anyways, what goes on again? I hope it's not on my end. I have really, honestly, good bitrate right now, so I hope the stream is fine and still up. I have no notifications on this end. So we made Shadowheart a cleric. The other crazy thing that you get, I did not want to spend that, is that for some reason certain cleric domains give you different proficiencies. So now Shadowheart can wear heavy armor where she was not able to as a trickery domain cleric. She still can't use longbows, which is fucking weird. This hide armor is ugly as fuck. It gives us better armor class. It's just gonna be how it is until we can correct things. I can at least make it like aesthetically pleasing. Nah, it's gonna be very gross. I'm gonna do it anyway though. Oh man, it's so green. It's too green. It's bad. Why? Why would you do this? I can't believe you, Shadowheart. What was I doing? Right. So, I still have a lot of crap in my inventory. We gotta go talk to that other trader. We also have to re-level up. Oh, Autumn is on your end. Okay, well, as long as it's working now, it's good. So again, because we don't have to manually prepare basic cure wounds or prayer of healing, we have more options. Because it's a life domain cleric, she's always got that shit on lock. It's what it do. And level 3 just gives her access to second level spells, and prayer of healing isn't okay. It's not baseline, but we have a bunch of scrolls of protection from evil and good. It will never be that important. It's a concentration spell, and right now, con sucks across the board. But it's good enough. So now we just need... Will stats are fine. Lazel's aren't, though. Honestly, we can kind of deal for now. I can do this on the back end. Beyond raises a very fair point of go get Karlach. I agree. Getting Karlach, most important thing. The other most important thing is identifying this weird cow. That was a potion of animal speaking. I can now speak to animals until the next long rest.
Trap, not a sanctuary. You should clear.
Okay. You know, there is a little more of a... There's a lot of variability in the dialogue depending on who your character is, and that's cool.
Be gone. I am hungry.
Okay, board rocks.
Another one. What are you under there then? Ant? Or rocks?
Aurochs describes me well, yes.
Big and slow? The keepers of this place choose different forms. Better ones. They become birds, to hunt on the wing. Bears to tear flesh with teeth. But for me, only oxen, only same old hay. And I cannot even eat it, because the horned ones hide their shiny bits inside.
Shiny bits?
Hiding things. Thinking they're clever. Not clever. Sometimes I eat the shiny bits.
I wonder where
They have to go
that
looking
is.
for them on the other end.
Yeah, let's not have to sort through poop. All that for 12 gold. But what about this one? He's a little smaller.
You're addressing me, a humble ox. How quaint.
Arcana. There is something strange about this ox. What is it? Oh no. We do not know the nature of the strange ox. This is problematic.
Nothing here for you. Move.
Oh, the waiting's getting to me.
Okay, so there is definitely one thing we have to go do before we go after Karlach. And it is because we have to do it. And I will go and do it my fucking self with Shadowheart, and I should probably save, because I've not been abusing my ability to reload saves. I'm so used to honor mode. I'm fucking whipped.
You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
We need to fucking save this fucking goblin.
She can't fight back.
That's the point. Get out of the way.
She didn't kill your
So
brother.
this is Saza.
You're better than this.
She was a very interesting quest during the early access.
Shoot before
She's
you
no
lose
longer
your
an
nerve,
interesting
Ethan.
quest.
If you ever had it to begin with.
Can't. Hate her. Awful. Shut up, those words could be your last.
I'm not afraid. Chosen by the absolute I am. I'm blessed.
Oh, I'll bless you.
Saza,
alright.
she will fucking murder you right now if I don't walk in front of her butt crossbow.
Looks like the abs.
You move.
So here's another interesting thing. We get the ability to cast Detect Thoughts because we have a Mind Flare parasite in our brain. Good shit. Because at this difficulty, I think if we fail that check, they know we're trying to read their mind and then they attack us.
Callum would hate me for this, but he's not here. They took him from me.
What would Canon think of you now?
Don't you dare! Damn you.
Just like, bitch.
Damn it! Why do you care if a goblin lives or dies?
She still has a story to tell, one I want to hear.
Gods, you're exhausting. Fine then.
Like, honestly,
It's all right, Arca.
just from a
Let's go.
fucking basic point of view,
Oh, you thieves are all boring. Even your cages are boring.
okay, we're not going to interact with Saza just yet. I'll save the game. Because those checks are dicey. And we need to go clear the path before we actually let her out, otherwise it becomes a little fucked up. So we're just going to ignore her for now.
I'm gonna bite the ends off your kids.
Because she's honestly a horrendous little shit. Where the fuck is Asterion? Hello? Motherfucker, what are you doing over here? Like, no, actually though, what the fuck is he doing over here? I'm extremely confused. Target group's too far away, fuck off. They're like 40 feet that way. Was it? No, they really are just fucking too far away, that's insane. Okay, so, two things we need to do. Honestly, we probably should go back to camp. Because I need Lae'zel to be here, and I need Will to not be here. Then I need to go back to camp and then swap them again.
Your blades up, children, and
Because I think going and getting Karlach is going to be the last thing we do tonight. And there's a couple things between here and there. So we should do the thing that makes Will useful to this party right now.
In it, how much further can I go?
So we're just gonna go over to Damon, say hi, Damon.
Thanks for fighting
You're
off those
cool.
goblins. If you need to replace any gear,
Stop. Did
just
Sasuke
ask.
win the hottest
My
damage
selection's
thing
pretty
again?
slim.
It's a sign
I had to
I
leave
need
most
to
of
take
my
myself
equipment
dead.
elsewhere.
I don't know about that, but bad take. Very out-of-date take. Therefore, just holding on by a thread. Are you
Of
supposed
sorts. Learned a lot. Alas, my offerings are far more humble these days.
Let me see your wares. Now, we leave, and then we let Will talk to him. What are you doing over here, motherfucker? Like, God damn it, why are these motherfuckers not fucking following me? You're standing on a mountain somewhere. Astarion was outside of the Druid Grove.
Those goblins.
Truly thought Gojo would sweep. I'm surprised Gojo didn't sweep.
My selection's pretty slim.
Did Gojo sweep
I had to
last
leave
year?
Most of my equipment in Elturel.
Is he on the ballot? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do that fun little trick again, because it's, that's not what that is. It's the stupidest fucking thing ever, and I love it, and I hate it. Because it's not super straightforward, or effective, or, time, fucking respectful. But we need this. This we're gonna use until, like, the end game. It's just straight up the hunting short bow. This fun little thing. It gives you advantage on monstrosity type enemies and has Hunter's Mark built in. Once for long rest. Yeah, why not? Why the fuck not? Why would I ever not have that on? I guess we'll put the padded armor on. I really didn't want to. But there's not really a better solution here. Also, you don't have a sword, my dude? Come on. What is it? Dynamo Axe? No, Battle Axe 1. Okay, I don't think Damon has anything else aside from the shield. And some dye, which should probably not be worth much right now, honestly. So once we get our gold back from Damon, we can then talk to a friendly old lady who will give us a health potion. Ah, okay. Okay, so right after this, I'm gonna sprint to Karlach, fuck it. We might run into somebody beforehand, but I'm gonna do my best to try to get there. I appreciate y'all hanging out. While we do our scam fucking Toril hour. We break the economy of the Forgotten Realms with this one weird trick. And I should be actually making him like Will so that he will give me more money each time I hit the button. Just another 20 times. So the fun part of this, guys, Coin and ASMR would feel better after reading that one. Yeah. The funny thing about this is that every time we level up, and I think sometimes when we long rest, at least for the usable components, every merchant's inventory resets. So every time we level up, we can come back and do this again. And effectively, it's bad for us to not come and do it because, you know, every time we don't take all of the free shit, we're losing all the free shit. It's a problem. Fuck it. Damon actually, if we keep him alive, travels through the game with us, so we'll leave him with some money. So here's a fun little thing. If you talk to Okta here, she gives you a food item that can be used at camp as a supply. However, it is one of the few food items that also has the ability to heal you. Sorry, I skipped all of her dialogue. We're just gonna take 4 bowls of gruel.
Best to fill your belly now.
Let's get on with it. Let's see what's to be said.
Yeah, best to fill
This is
your
not the
belly
old
now.
lady giving us the healing potion.
A word, if I may.
The hat is so ridiculous.
You fancy best to fill your belly now.
I love it. It's a shame that we're gonna have to take it off in like 3 key items from now.
Ah, if it isn't the talk of the camp. Thank goodness you came along when you... Oh! There isn't a bit of colour in those cheeks, Petal. Are you hurt?
I mean, there's a little bit of color. It spent like an hour
Auntie Ethel
putting
will
color
sort
there.
you out. I've lotions and potions galore.
So, the problem with me constantly reading D&D stuff is that this is a huge red flag. The fact that she calls herself Auntie Ethel. Let her fuss over you.
Aha! You take a sip of that and you'll feel right as rain, sweetie.
Like, you think, oh yeah, nice old lady. She's like, she's, you know, your auntie. She can create a health potion. What is this
Oh,
exactly?
it's just a healing potion. No, you just... I'm sorry to go on about it.
Sorry, I don't mean to
Are you all
skip
right?
dialogue, especially with
Looking
Ethel.
awful peaky.
But, there's a lot of lore, there's a lot of, monsters and mythology within the course of D&D. There is a particular type of fae called a hag. They are the old bog witches. They are as varied as the day is long. It's been difficult to explain.
I once had a fella who'd been caught dabbling with a dryad. The wife was none too pleased and introduced him to a pot of boiling oil. But worry not. I fixed him up, and depending on the lighting, he looks good as new.
She's just fun.
My point is,
But so there is hag lore and within the course of D&D and like hag culture, and Auntie is a title.
I love it. Let's tell her everything.
What is it, Petal? What's wrong?
There's nothing.
As
That's
you wish,
fine.
Petal. No, do you need anything? I have a few odds and ends for sale.
Calling oneself Auntie in a D&D setting is a huge red flag, especially because the accent also kind of, you know. So she gives us a health potion for free, and that's nice. But Ethel, we're gonna have some conversations with Ethel a little bit later.
Oh, no! There isn't a bit of color in those cheeks.
I have a condition. Okay, we have this same thing.
What's wrong? No, do you need anything?
But we are going to take all of her lotions and potions. Because she doesn't need to have these in her inventory. I really need to find a magic sword or something worth more than the basic bitch sword that Will starts with. It is a problem. It is problematic. Okay, we can now rob this old woman blind. You think a hag would be able to, like, effectively prepare for pact magic shenanigans, but Will's not a archfey pact warlock, is he? I wish he would just give me all the money. Just let me rob you. Give me all the things. I want all the ingredients. You can keep your sausage. I don't know where that's been. Take away your water, because that's going to be important, actually. Well, you think I'm kidding. No. And then once I have all my gold back, we'll be fine. Now what I did just buy from her inventory, and buy is a really strong word here. What I did just acquire from her inventory were 3 potions of hill giant strength. So because of the limitations of the level capacity in Baldur's Gate 3, there are a couple of items that help you get around certain expectations, items that would not normally appear in your standard D&D game, things that make it a little easier to play. There are gauntlets of Hill Giant Strength later on. However, right now, we have a potion that will set our strength to 21, as long as it's our active elixir,
Very well.
until the next long rest. Which means, hey, do you have a strength-based character?
The Githyanki people have a word for men like the Blade of
Alright, we haven't heard everyone's opinion of Will.
Roughly translated, idealist do-gooder, or better yet, benevolent burden.
Okay, join me.
The party's full.
Take Will's place.
Well,
I need to take a couple things from Will's inventory, primarily all of the scrolls. Give me the scrolls. You can keep those too, honestly. Let's just open up the proper inventory, so we can do this all manually. It's just quicker. I've learned my way. It's not as gross. Well, it's kind of gross looking, but we're gonna give the padded armor to the main character because it's better, and the harder we are to hit, the less likely we'll be murdered. Hunting short bow, thank you. Standard S short bow, or that's a +1 short bow. Let's give it to Lae'zel. Because the easier it is to hit things, the more effective she is. So we're actually going to just put this in her inventory till later. Give all the arrows to Asterion. Give the other healing potion and some of these healing potions to Shadowheart. Let's actually give her this Morning Star too. And this shield. Because right now, you know, there's actually no reason for me to not. So Krellin's Grace is good for monks. We don't have a monk in the party. We might later. I haven't decided yet. So some staffs are definitely for... there's no reason for us not to have it. There's no fucking reason. We have the dueling style. It allows us to have a shield. We are now just as hard to hit as the person in fucking medium armor with a shield. Yeah, it's just the way better. We're gonna send that to Kale. We're gonna send that to Camp. And we're gonna send that to Camp. Okay. Now that we have this horrendous frock and our wonderful frog with us, let's go get the best character in the game. For this playthrough, the second best character in the game, because I literally just did the Garlac romance. I'm not going to do it again. It hurt my heart. Until it didn't. So Brandon, we're on our way to go and get best girl Garlac. Who fight me, she's best girl. I've literally ruined playthroughs to make her around. Posture check, meow. I beat you to the punch, Kaya. I leaned back right before you said that. So I know.
They're survivors, not soldiers.
Yeah.
I failed to see the distinction.
Oh, right. Okay, before we go, we do need to... We can do it when we get back, never mind. Fuck it. There are a lot of immediate things we need to do. As long as we don't long rest, they will change. All these bodies are still here, for example. There's a really important thing that we need to get up here. I'm not going to get it right now.
If I choose to kill these tracks, you will not goblins.
That's important. We'll deal with that on the way back.
Don't mind if I do.
There is one thing I need to set up by going this way, though.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
You're a true soul. You can't die. Please, stay with us.
I don't think he's conscious. Can you hear us, Ed?
You, not a step closer.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Interesting. Let's try this first. So, you know, game? Like, you could have let me have this one.
Brother, your sword.
The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar, your minds intertwine. You see his sibling.
Protect them. She is a true soul. Mind her. She will... She...
So we didn't really give the goblins at the goblin raid to much of an opportunity to actually do anything. They did scream out, "Oh, praise the absolute, yada yada yada." What is the absolute? We're gonna find out.
Edwin, our brother. He was chosen. Like you. Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
Explain this absolute to me.
What? The Absolute is our goddess. She's going to rip down the old world order, start a new one. Then we'll be the ones with the power.
Someone with this accent and that hairline would totally fall for this
true
cult.
Soul, like you, has been chosen by the Absolute. You speak with her voice, and when the time comes, the true souls, you will rule.
I will serve at no ruler's side but my queen's.
Shut up, Lae'zel. A crude summary. You have more to learn of our faith, novice.
I'm sorry, true soul. I only repeated what I thought I knew. It seems the Absolute still has a great deal to teach me.
What happened to your brother exactly?
We were looking for fugitives. Survivors from that ship that crashed farther west of here. But instead of them,
I wonder who
Edwin
he's
found an
talking
oil
about.
bear. An angry one. We managed to drag him away, but the beast's claws had already done their work. I told Edwin not to look in that cave. It was filthy with oil bear tracks.
Well, that's on you for not listening. You need to find the beast and avenge your brother.
What?
It killed one of us. It killed Edwin. It's an enemy of the Absolute. You're right, madam. The beast must be destroyed.
The cave is just ahead. It was too much for us
So
before,
this is a
but
really creative way to
you
get
could
these
help
two
us,
idiots
true soul.
killed.
We may stand a chance.
Also, we're playing on tactician, which means there might not be just one.
They
There
spoke of
might
the
be.
Absolute. Same as that goblin, Saza. Curious.
Oh, dude, I'm not proficient with shields because I'm a bard. Fuck off. Okay, cool, great. Can't cast spells while I have a shield I am not proficient with equipped. Fantastic. Amazing. This needs to get the fuck off of me. There we are. And now I can cast spells again. There we go. Good thing I didn't get into a fight.
Power resonates within the corpse. It calls to you.
Now, Edwin was also a true soul. And he has...
Move of their own accord. There's something of value here. Something your mind craves. Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you.
He has a tadpole.
Strengthen you.
I wonder if there's a correlation. Let your body guide you. Welcome the tadpole's influence. So, there are a lot of implications about embracing the power of the tadpole. Functionally, we all everyone in the party has a tadpole in their head. The real problem comes up later. So, turning down a tadpole is just a waste
Please abandon their
They are a
hosts
space
as soon as they
gummy.
need
You
to.
eat them and you get powers later. But let's
The corpse regards you
speak with that.
lifelessly.
Is there anything valuable around here? Whoever brought it in. Well, you failed. What are you doing here? What do you know about this weapon?
From the sky. Take too long.
What can you tell me about the power? Absolute.
Fight her.
The spell's power.
So you can only ask 5 questions. Look at this motherfucker walking around with 3 dried pork sausages, a rope of sausages, another spicy sausage rope, a whole ass wheel of cheese, and the missing hunk of the cheese, and also this really specific shaft of broken spear item, which that's important. We're gonna send all that to camp because there's no point in carrying food items. It's just dead weight. There's no fucking reason. So those two are gonna go fight an owl bear. That might become relevant very soon. You know.
Do you think your kin search for you, Lae'zel?
I know they do not. It is my responsibility to cleanse myself.
Dead goblins.
They pursued
Dead
the
travelers.
Nautiloid. Perhaps they were trying to free you.
A vain
Were
notion.
they heading to the
I am
Druid's
one of
Grove?
many, and will not be a burden to my queen.
More motherfuckers walking around with wheels of cheese. Is all I'm saying. What is with the cheese, like, carrying obsession?
Lae'zel, how would you punish someone who wronged you?
Wrong me how?
Say, murder or theft?
Killing is good. It culls the weak. But theft would be paid for painfully, 1,000 times over.
Something's waiting up ahead.
Okay, nothing about you.
Get over there! Surround them like!
I know you're there, show yourselves.
You spotted us. Good. It's like they say. No fun in skewing a pig what doesn't know he's cooked.
There'll be no skewering happening here, now let me pass.
We got you surrounded. Here's how this goes. You take one step further, and we'll fill your front with arrow. Or you turn around.
As the symbol glows, power
This
courses
is a
through
trick. We do not need to use authority. We are intimidating enough. We need to use authority in a much, much tougher fight coming up. Alright, cool.
Hold up, lads.
Roar, scary
This
monster.
one might be more than we bargained for. Go on then. Just keep your nose clean.
You sound like you need to clean your nose.
Well, unless we find a cure, you won't have any teeth to chew it with soon enough.
Astarion, open the chest and retrieve your new hat. So the haste helm's pretty fucking good. I'm actually gonna put it on main character Chan. We're gonna give that to fucking Shadowheart. Why not? Haste helm usually benefits Astarion most early on because it's
Never a dull
light
moment.
armor. It's not even armor, I don't think. Yeah, no, it's just a hat, so it doesn't count against his armored or unarmored status. Speaking of which, I actually don't know if... You know, it's something to consider. We'll focus on that later because I think I already sent the basic bard garb
I fight to win,
away.
not to make spectacles.
So we are going to traipse our way through so many event triggers because we are going straight to Karlach.
Seems simple enough.
There are so many things we're just ignoring, like an entire other hour's worth of content. I would like to get to Karlach before the end of the night. We are not going to long rest until... I mean, this is a weird checkpoint thing for this thing to happen. That's going to happen, probably, I think. No? Is it over here? You see, I could have swore that there's a thing that's supposed to trigger right here. Oh well. So the one annoying thing is that strength determines your jump capacity.
Sweetheart, perhaps?
Not one in particular. The city is a veritable feast of sweethearts.
There are gonna be some jumps we're gonna have to do some stuff for. We gotta get as close to these fuckers as possible.
The creature's eyes roll back in its head, equal parts bliss and agony.
And you're thinking to yourself,
she'd eaten, feasted,
yeah.
and yet, looking into her eyes, you can see it wasn't enough. She's still hungry.
You're like, what happened to this poor hyena? Unless you know anything about demons.
See, my flesh becomes new flesh.
It's a good thing we drank that animal speaking potion earlier, eh? So...
You hear what comes next before you see it. The sharp snapping of bones, and a yelp of pain as her body starts to twist and undulate. The hyena moans softly as its body contorts.
I think that
ribs cracking
Arcana check
and
would have given
flesh
us
tearing.
advantage going into this fight. So there is a demon lord whose name is Yinogu, or Yinigao. He's a giant hyena fucker, and he is like a demon lord of madness. You know what, we're just gonna let it happen, actually. What happened? Is there any way I can help? This is how this character would react.
Come closer. Feed the new flesh.
What? No, we could have murdered
like a rotten
the hyena while it was still a hyena.
Frenzy of claws and fangs.
So, these are gnolls. They are demon hyenas that are like vaguely the shape of...
Survival is all that matters.
We gotta get to the ones that are about to
Take
birth.
me yet.
Jaw on the floor. Yeah, it's kind of fucked the first time you experience that, isn't it? You just witnessed the birth of a gnoll. It is one of the many subsets of demons. These ones, they serve... If you could see our faces. Yeah, I can imagine. That cutscene's a lot. Like, even if you know it's coming.
Mutilate them.
So, the kindest thing to do would be to kill them before they hatch. Is the worst way.
Hyena's making a break for it. On I go.
Oh yeah, the hyena over there is gonna let its buddies know. Well. Wow, the damage on that was nuts. Good for Shadowheart. Holy crap. I did just fix her stats, so that makes sense.
In my best interest.
So there are more gnolls up ahead, but they don't know that we're here yet. So we need to stop this one. Like now. Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, it's so sad. It's so sad to hear them, like, whimper and shit, but, like, they are literally possessed by demons. Like, there's no better explanation for what is happening. We are stopping them from becoming monsters. If we can.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Yeah. Oh, that one. Fuck.
Let's spill some blood. A better position.
Never seen that before.
Yeah, if we didn't get there in time, they explode.
Moment.
It's a problem.
To lose.
And gnolls are pretty fucked up because they are cursed to feel perpetual hunger. They will never, ever be full. They will continue to eat and eat and eat until they either are successful and bloat themselves to death, or, I mean, technically every time a gnoll consumes, they're making an offering to Inigo. But they are driven mad. They're absolutely insane. Their existence is pain and suffering, and the best thing you can do for a gnoll is to kill it, unless it is in a setting where gnolls have gained some kind of sentience. Like I know the Critical Role Exandria gnolls are just like, you know, one of the other subspecies of human, or subhuman, or humanoid, to not say that they're better or worse. But in the standard Forgotten Realms setting, 99% of gnolls are crazy with unending hunger. What happened to you?
No.
Yeah, no shit.
Tearing.
What were you carrying?
Shipment.
That might be problematic.
Chest.
Did anyone survive?
Rugen fled.
It was Rugen.
Lucky son of a tavern. Hideout. Secret.
The spell's power wanes.
So there is another group of gnolls up ahead. We're just going to clear them out really quick because we are also going to have to run back to camp and swap Lae'zel out. Yikes. Without that shield, I am very easy to hit, and that's not good for this fight. Hey, Gloves of Missile Snaring came in. Fucking clutch.
On the way.
I feel like these guys used to count as monstrosities. We're just gonna use some of the standard fare.
Let's find some prey.
Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, 2. Second level spells. I didn't take that thing of Shatter, did I? Shame enough. You know what? Fuck you, Dissonant Whispers.
You down.
I don't know why it zoomed in on the rock, but now he's frightened and cannot approach, and has disadvantage on attacking us. You know what? This might actually be a good chance to use a menacing melee attack, or ranged attack. Because he's already frightened, it just does more damage. Take the sword back out, and turn.
Finish this.
And let's use the spell slot.
Take you.
Pizza, me and Kai are on a mission right now, we need redeems. You know, I'd like there to be. But we need soul offering. I mean, I wouldn't say no to you guys recommending people come in. I mean, look at what happens when Connor streams. There was like some horrible monster birth. You don't get that every day. Most of the time. Depends on what circles you're in.
Swift.
I get that more often than not, honestly. Sweeping attack. Very good. It doesn't do a lot of damage. And I don't think I actually even used Cleave this round, but, you know, we're switching around.
The dance macabre.
But now that they are both within attack range of Lae'zel, Astarion gets free sneak attack. Fucking minimum damage across the board. Fuck off. There we go. Fuck it, I'm not using my fucking spells on anything else. Shit.
Can't afford to let up.
And let's use this Morning Star. Nasty. Fuck. Youch. That's a crazy amount of damage for a multi-attack at this level. Also, really cool improvement that BG3 makes over standard shenanigans.
To find a way forward.
Healing potions consumed in Baldur's Gate 3 only take a bonus action. In standard D&D, it takes a full action to consume a healing potion, and most tables end up doing the ooh, flourish. Which one? Oh, right. I need 2 enemies for that one to be effective. Mobile flourish. Thrust your weapon with enough force to push your target back 6 meters. That's fucking sick. I will, however, do defensive flourish because I don't need it to get hit again. Personally. Now, my AC is fucking an amount that I can't see right now. Maybe if I go in inventory. Now it's 19, even though I don't have a shield.
Time to strike.
I only get to do that 3 times for a long rest, but it's worth it. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. Fucking positioning.
My faith will protect me.
Time to move.
Okay, and now you can see why we didn't want that group joining the first group.
Well, that ends not as bad as it could have.
So when we switched Shadowheart to a life cleric, we gave her this channel divinity.
Onward.
Get back over here, Nix. Free group heal. We could also do them mid-combat. It only takes an action.
Moving ahead.
It's not bad. You're a little laggy, but overall fine. That's weird, because my bitrate still is at full bars. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Alright, well, let's hope that the stream can maintain itself before we head out. So, we're gonna go to camp real quick. We're gonna get Will. Oh no! Gale has the itis already. I literally don't have anything for him, so he needs to chill.
The Blade of Frontiers at your calling.
Join me.
Sorry, but there's no room for me.
Please
I
don't.
like front of the other Gale.
I know that we all saw Gale doubled over in pain. We're gonna not worry about it. That might sound a little shitty, but he's not going anywhere.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Gold. Basement. I fell. Anywhere. Vaults. Jumped.
The spell's
I wouldn't have jumped this height, my dude. You're not even a full-on adventuring guy person. Oh man, there's all this blood and viscera everywhere. There's dead gnolls. What the fuck happened here? One would think.
nothing we need to worry about.
At ease, friend. You're
Who's there? Please, keep your distance.
You're welcome to
Although it
shelter
looks
here,
like
but with
there's
grave
the encoding
injuries
is
to tend to.
overloading again, which might be why. Brandon, we need to figure out what the fuck the encoding thing is, if it's just an OBS problem or if that's fixable. I feel like you just need someone else to do it. Fuck. Alright, who's there? Who or what attacked you?
A devil.
Who's this place?
We are paladins of Tyr, Lord of Justice. He sent us after an infernal being, straight out of the Nine Hells, hiding in the form of a one-horned tiefling.
And then having Will here.
Then you mean Karlach, Archdevil's bootlicker.
You know her, which means you know what the Fiend is capable of. She slaughtered countless refugees fleeing the Absolute. Yesterday, she butchered an entire family without mercy. We were lucky to survive our encounter with her.
Well, the religion thing failed. I've been called the devil before. Are you sure this tiefling is what you say?
The Fiend may have been a tiefling once, but she belongs to Avernus now. I wish it were not so, and I bear no grudge against your people. She ran toward the river when she saw we were merely wounded, not dead.
Brandon.
Down the hill from here.
Oh, I say that the bitrate's good. The bitrate just fucking flopped.
If you capture her, you will have served
And now it's
Tyr
back to
when we
green.
could not.
You know what, bitrate? You really need to make a
This is
decision.
the sword of
And I would
justice.
prefer you
Left by
decide to be
Tyr.
good.
I've wielded it since I swore my oath. It's all I have. But it's yours if you stop her. Bring me her head. and Tyr
Redonkulous.
will consider her crimes repaid.
Very well.
May the just go.
So these guys are like, oh, we're paladins of Tyr. Tyr is a
If you wanna
justice
go
god. He's a
poking
good
around in
guy.
the cellar,
Why would stand there?
corpse, half rotted to mush.
Alright. And they do have a dead body here that I can talk to.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
You killed the pack of gnolls. How? Pact? What devil did you deal with? Now, there are more packs than just the ones for the Infernal, but whatever.
Fallen.
Lady Zariel.
Zariel.
Why would you sign a pact with the devil? Who are you?
Infernal servant. So long I've forgotten. Why?
How'd you die?
The spell's power.
So now we know these fuckers are lying. However, this one's pretending
any
to be a
supplies?
traitor, so we need to take these things away
Fewer
from her.
mouths to feed, too.
What happened
the
to you?
Lord, talk to Anders if you want the details.
Give me money.
Me to recount the horror.
And you know, honestly, there's a really easy way to do this. We're gonna kill her anyway. So all we have to do, and there's also just a random soul coin on the roof here. Look, there's a lot of like questionable shit that you show up and you're like, why, how, who? So this is the other traitor trick.
I'm still
If
looking
you're
to
dealing with a
shift some
traitor that
supplies.
you don't really care how long they live,
But it's more than we can carry.
or if they do, you can just give them a container. And then you can just open that container. You can say, hey, put all your shit in here. There's definitely nothing wrong, nothing bad being planned.
In Tyr's name.
Because when you kill an NPC or enemy, I think it's like if they have a lot in
If they
their
got
inventory.
themselves into that mess, they can get themselves out.
The truth is, if there is a devil running wild,
Brandon, are you here? We're about to go
have
find
deal with
Karlach.
it one way or another.
Oh, there's Toll Collector's Key. Let's go get that. If you kill a traitor, their 5 most rare, or their 5 random rare to mid-rare common items will appear in their inventory, but if the only thing in their inventory is a bag that has all of their items, the only thing that will drop is a bag that has all of their items.
Countless perils and conquered them all. This will be no different.
So now,
I've always had a soft spot for the confident ones.
who's that over there? I wonder.
Disappoint there.
I wonder. Hello.
One
So Chad,
the stink of Avernus.
this is Karlak.
Advocatus Diaboli.
She's hot.
Well, I'll be God's damned. The Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you.
So it's like, how much do you want to believe these liars? You really want to sell the bit? You're the devil we've been hunting, Karlak, right?
Bloody right. An honor to be chased by the Blade of Frontiers, but I...
A great heat roars through you. Her heat, fiery as the hells. Then you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood, the Blood War. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
What was that?
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army.
The fucking hat is doing so much work here.
Situation. If you just hear me out.
Another vision. Karlak's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dazzle.
Astarion in the back just being like, oh, headache.
And desperation seep into you. She is a victim of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
Yeah.
She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
You saw the truth. I never wanted to serve Zariel. I was enlisted in her army against my will. Forced to fight, and fight I did. When I saw an opportunity to get away, I took it. Finally home. Or near it, anyway.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
Yeah, well, you also serve a devil, asshole. This is the bit where it's like, no, I need to believe the devil lady who told me to kill this person. Stand down, Will. You saw what I saw.
Will catches his breath and his lips straighten. Sheer dread twists his face.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
She's not a devil. Gods, you're stubborn. Karlak's not a devil, and you know it.
Listen to sense now. I don't want this to end badly for either of us. You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Oh, thank the gods. Thought I was gonna have to take your head.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today.
Truce then, eh?
Aye. Truce.
I'm Karlak. But you already knew that. And you are...
Horrendously attracted to you. Next.
Well met, soldier. Nice to meet a friendly around here. It's been tough going so far. I may not be a devil, but I can put the Blade's reputation to work. How would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards?
Yeah.
Little background, if your moral compass needs something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good. Really good. It turns out I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable asset. Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me as her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. But devils don't like to lose their assets. Zariel liked it so little. She sent a bunch of goons, so-called paladins of Tyr, to take me back. Problem is, I'm not going.
We'll send them back to where they came from.
yes. They cornered me outside the toll house just up the hill. Doubt they've gone far after the scorching I gave them. Then we can work on evicting this parasite and take Faerun by the short hairs. Sound good?
Sounds like a great plan.
I'd hug you if it wouldn't scorch your skin off.
I mean, to be
Looks
fair, I'm a
like your
tiefling. I
troops
have
all trooped
inherent
up. You'll need
fire
to send
resistance.
someone packing if you want me to join.
So this is a really annoying thing, especially because we ran straight here. Everyone's level 3. Really need Asterion. Really need sneak attack. Really need a healer. Want Will in the party. Need Karlach in the party for that fight. So we can get stupid with this. We have saves.
Now we're talking.
Because, like, it's a shame. And then,
What's so funny? You haven't got some laughing curse, have you?
I really made it out of Avernus. It's incredible.
so we're actually going to go to camp really quick because there's some stuff I need to get and give Karlach. But also I should talk to Will here.
So, Will, now that we've made peace...
Because having Will and
how
Karlach in the
about we get to know
party
each other
foregoes the need for this scene to happen
What's
in
your
camp.
story?
Not so much a story as a pantomime. And I've played my part all too poorly.
What's that supposed to mean? Speak
Go on.
plainly.
We're listening.
It means that a reckoning's coming. And I'll be the one to pay up.
You make it sound like a harvest of devils coming for your throat.
You're closer than you know. One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll face my penance.
Penance? Should I be worried?
You're not in any danger, I promise.
Okay, so, there's things we need to get from camp. So the way that this game balances... Yeah, chill the fuck out for a minute. I know that's hard for you, but come on. So we're gonna save here. The way that this game works is that you are balancing progression based off of the difficulty of encounters and the skill in which encounters can be cleared and how balanced your average party is. Usually you're not playing a primary healer. Bards having Song of Rest in this game kind of breaks sequences a little bit because you get a third short rest. And you can tough it the fuck out. You could probably do all of Act 1. Or next to, I'd say maybe 70% of Act 1. If you're real lucky on a single long rest. The problem is that this game uses the long rest mechanic as a way to stack a cutscene queue. So depending on what your relationship level is with every single party member, certain things will happen, certain stories will progress. Like if we were really in good with Asterion, his cutscene would play first. Or if we did the thing with Will, and we had any points with Will, Will's shit would happen, and then that would be the cutscene that happens during the long rest. But a lot of those stack up real quick when you're progressing as far and doing all the stuff the way we are. So there will be a couple of times where I just long rest for the fuck of it. We don't need to do it. I'll maybe go out of my way to do a particular puzzle or battle or something that just allows us to kind of pace how much information we're given. Because you can kind of like accidentally end up in Act 2 and then specific interactions happen because you did not get the opportunity to hear an ally out about their particular deal. But we're not going to long rest, we're just going to save here. I think we already saved. Yes, I believe. Yeah. But we're going to continue on from there next time, I think. We'll see how this uploads. But yeah, I didn't think we were going to get as far as we did. We got everybody in the camp that we're going to get in Act 1. Doesn't want to see you, Connor. It's cutting out more. Oh yeah, no, my bitrate is going down to fucking like sub 3,000 kilobits. That's fucked. All right, so the fucking OBS wants me to end stream as much as anybody else. Fucking. All right. We'll try to get another stream in maybe by end of week and start of next week, depending on how it plays out. Okay, now it's back up to 12,000. Can we get that bar up? Can we make it work? We're gonna go? Okay. But yeah. There's a lot to progress, there's a lot of game here, and I initiated one of the things I have to do. Again, we are here. This entire playthrough is to do 4 things. Only one of those is even a little bit guaranteed at all. Kind of. Yeah, I mean, you know what? It's not even really that hot. And I'm going to go ahead and thank the weather for that, because I don't think if it was any less than like 50 degrees outside right now that my computer would be anything other than on fire. So I'm glad that the little warrior has made it through another battle. Hopefully we can maintain this. 99 is like 4 hours past my bedtime. Thank you for hanging out on them. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hopefully next stream is sooner. But yeah, we're gonna come back. We're gonna play some Baldur's Gate 3, or if something else comes up. We're gonna try to do as much of this playthrough on stream as possible. But yeah, let's see who is active and down to raid. Let's actually close.